His tears were as scarlet, but there in the garden, the cup was not removed. Oh, praise the Lamb who takes away my sin. He tore the veil, now I can enter in. For all my days, my soul will praise Him. The law was not removed, it was fulfilled. The prayers of all the prophets now revealed. In the image of the Father, the yes of every promise, the Lord was not removed. Oh, praise the Lamb who takes away my sin. He tore the veil, now I can enter in. For all my days, my soul will praise Him. Oh, I praise You, Lord. Oh, praise the one with stars in His hands. Oh, praise the Son who died and rose again. For all my days, my soul will praise Him. Sins are now removed, yes, everyone. Taken by my Jesus on the cross. As far as east and west, I see His righteousness. My sins are now removed. All my sins are now removed. Praise You, Lord. Oh, praise the one who takes away my sin. He tore the veil, now I can enter in. For all my days, my soul
Good morning, everybody. One of the best things for you that's going to happen today is I'm not talking all day. Stop it. Right now, stop it. I am so excited to have Dr. Michelle Knight here. Story goes like this. I was listening to a chapel message by one of her friends, and he mentioned her and mentioned that she was a scholar that works in the book of Judges. I knew I was going to be studying the book of Judges, and so started tracking down a little bit of Dr. Michelle Knight stuff and ended up making contact with her, and it has been fun. I feel like I know her a whole lot better than I really do. So we've bantered back and forth for a number of months getting all this ready. Michelle came over to our house last night with the staff and got to know her a little bit more. Her husband and 4-year-old are out on the playground, and more than anything, she's delightful. She loves the Lord. She loves the Lord's word, and we are really blessed to have her here. So glad you guys are here to hear from her. A couple of things. There's coffee out there. If anybody needs it, feel free. Get it whenever you want. There are restrooms, if you're not from here, restrooms right through the door to the left and to the right. If you go out to the right, it's the women's restroom. Go to the left, the men's restroom. And I'm going to pray for us and turn it over to Dr. Michelle Knight. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to get together and to take seriously a part of your word that often people struggle with, that people deal with in sometimes really distracting ways. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to have someone who loves you, loves your son, and who is an expert in these areas. Father, I just thank you for her family being here and for Michelle giving us some of her time to help us understand narrative literature and how that narrative literature points to you and this big story that you're telling that you invite us to be a part of. Father, I pray that as she talks, that she would feel at home here. Father, I pray that as we listen, that our hearts would be engaged, not only to understand, but Father, our hearts would be engaged to soften towards your purposes and the way that you work in this world. So open our eyes, open our ears, open our hearts. And Father, I pray for a rich blessing on this time. And I pray that in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks.
Ken. Well, good morning, everybody. It is so good to be here with you, especially here in Arkansas. I was joking earlier. I mean, I am from Illinois. We live outside of Chicago. But my poor Illinois family doesn't know what to do with themselves. We were coming in this morning to the church, and my 4-year-old looks out the window, and he's like, "Mama, what are those big rocks on the side of the road?" And I was like, "Well, honey, those are hills. They have a lot of them when you're not in Illinois." We are from Flatland, outside of Chicagoland, like I said, but I actually grew up in corn country in central Illinois. Born and bred there. In fact, my husband last night said, "Your little country twang comes back a little bit when you're in Arkansas." You guys, in some ways, feel more like home than Chicago does. So we have just been so welcomed, and I'm so grateful for that. Like Ken said, I'm Dr. Michelle Knight, but y'all can call me Michelle as long as you're not in my lectures, so you're good. Not this one. This one doesn't count. If you're not sitting in my classroom, you can call me Michelle. But I teach at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School up in Deerfield, near Chicago. I teach Old Testament there. About half of my classes are about the historical narratives of the Old Testament, like Joshua and Judges and the Pentateuch and things like that. The other half of my classes are Hebrew. I teach people how to read biblical Hebrew. I teach them how to prepare sermons. I teach them how to read the Bible so that we understand its import for today. And that's where my heart is. We have no reason to be here to gain some sort of scholarly expertise in narrative literature. That is useless. We are here because for one reason or another, God decided to tell a chunk of his story through historical narratives. He chose to communicate with us in this medium. And so our goal this morning is to make sure that we understand that medium well. So that as you are reading Judges along with Ken, as he does his best to like hold up to this bar that I'm going to set today. I'm getting the vibe that I'm supposed to razz Ken. Every single person I met this morning made fun of him. Like, every single one. So I feel like I'm not at home here until I mock him relentlessly throughout the morning. So I'm going to try to do that, even though he's been so kind. But I would love to get you all talking. My goal this morning, and if you've read through the notes that are on your table, you'll see this. We're going to start out, and I'm going to make you all talk to each other. I don't think you're going to struggle with that. I'm getting that vibe. But I need to get your brains moving. I'm going to talk through what we can expect from biblical narrative, and then we're going to have a chance to practice. I'm actually going to give you time to read part of the book of Ruth. We're going to come together and try to apply what you just learned so that we can really get a feel for how this works. Then in the afternoon, we're going to take what we learned and apply it to the book of Judges specifically so that you have a little bit of that background that Ken can build on in the coming weeks. He'll nuance it, he'll change it, and you'll take his word, and that's good. But we can get started and get you thinking in that direction. So here's your assignment, if you choose to accept it. We are going to chat at your tables. If you are by yourself at a table, the Lord bless you. That's totally fine. If you're an introvert, you can stay there and I won't bother you. But you could also jump over and chat with some other people, whatever you want to do. But during this time, look at these two questions, talk about them amongst yourselves. What makes a great story? You don't need to talk about the Old Testament. In fact, the exercise is better if you don't. Think about what makes a great story. When you walk away and say, that was a great story or a great movie or whatever, what is it that made it that? Secondly, how do you engage with these stories? Through which media? Where are you encountering stories? Books is the obvious example, but we hear stories in a lot of other ways. So start to think about what those other ways are, and connected to that, how do you engage them? Attentively? Do you read and reread? Do you listen to it twice? Do you only listen to it once? Do you listen while you're doing something else? That's the kind of thing I'm asking you to think about. How do you engage with stories, especially in these different media? Okay? I'm going to give you 10-ish minutes, maybe a little bit more, depending on how much you're talking. So start chatting with the people at your table about those things. All right? Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
I was born in Elmhurst, lived in Lombard.
No way.
Yeah. My parents moved us here when I was a kid. I was
Okay.
10. That was.
We're basically neighbors. Yeah, that's good. So right now we're going through these first two questions, just discuss them a little bit. Yeah.
Obviously not now, but between now and lunch, you can give them a 15-minute break to
Yeah, I figured I
get
would.
snacks.
Yeah, I've got one planned. Hey,
So there's snacks and water out there.
can you find me a paper Bible? This is a very millennial.
Paper Bible?
Yeah. This is a very millennial response. Anything's fine. I just mean, not my iPad. All right, y'all are quieting down, so I'm getting the vibe that we're kind of coming to a close here. As you finish up your sentence or two, somebody yell out for me in as short a whatever as you need to. What makes a good story? What'd you say? A hero. We love our heroes. We need somebody that we can can adore. What? Ken. Ken makes a great story. Yeah. So far, though, I've noticed Ken tells very few stories about himself. He tells me stories about all y'all. He doesn't tell me stories about himself. What makes a great story? We got a hero. We want somebody we can look up to. What? It engages you. It captures your attention. In a world that is vying for our attention with every alert and every beep and every flashing light, this story grabs your attention. What is it that grabs our attention? What draws us in? Personal connection. Something about it feels familiar, and we can see ourselves in it. We see a person there maybe that reminds us of somebody we know, or we see ourselves, or just somebody we want to know. What else? Anticipation, and I heard something back there. A problem. So we have some kind of a problem. All stories have problems that need to be solved. And how they're going to get solved is part of the anticipation that builds. Something's going to happen, and we need to figure out what it is. And if we don't have that anticipation and we don't have that problem, it's a plot that falls apart. We all have seen that. Like the pilot episode that you know you're never coming back to that show. It's almost always because they didn't introduce the problem in an engaging way. They didn't build that anticipation that made you feel like you had to come back for episode 2. What else? Makes you think. And my guess is some of you would say that and some of you wouldn't. It depends on how we engage with stories. Some of us want stories that really make us contemplate the way the world works. And my guess is all of us actually enjoy that, but we have different energy levels based on how hard life is right now and what. We're Christians. I mean, we generally care about the whys and the big questions and those things. But you and I both know that at the end of the day, when it's been an exhausting day, some of us are more likely to pick up a really thought-provoking novel, and some of us are going to flip on Netflix and watch the most mindless thing we can find because we're tired. But I do think that all of us, deep down, when we're our best selves, we want something that makes us think about what's important. We care about important things. What else? What was that over here? Earmarks? Humor. I was like, I don't know what an earmark is. Is that a Arkansas thing? Humor very frequently is one of those things that engages us, that draws us in, especially for certain personalities. Like, that's what we want in a good story. Even in the most serious movies, the most serious stories we encounter, we are relieved when there's that hint of comic relief, at least, because something about it just like reminds us that everything's okay. That's part of what humor does. It lets us breathe. Humor reminds us that not everything is hinging on our every move. When we're building all that suspense and all that anticipation, humor diffuses. And we need that. Goodness gracious. Good news for y'all. Judges has some good humor in it, so you can look forward to that. What else? No, that's very insightful. So there is this connection between heroes that feel relatable to us, but on the other hand, so many times these problems are seemingly insurmountable. In fact, part of what makes a great story and a great problem is when the author or the teller is careful to frame the problem to show us just how difficult it's going to be to overcome. That's the way that action movies get our attention. Things seem hopeless at the beginning. Unfortunately, some stories go the other way, and they just get more helpless as they go, and that might, in fact, be what we're finding in Judges. But that hopelessness excites us because we watch a regular old person overcome it. And that is all we want. We want to know that the regular old people you and I run into every day, that there's a chance that God can use somebody as broken and normal as you and me to overcome great things. And whether we call it that or not, that's why those larger-than-life stories grab us, because we want to believe that normal, ordinary people can be used to do great things. Good insight. Anything else? Let's transition to the second question. How do you engage with stories? And perhaps you discuss the fact that there are different kinds of stories that you engage with in different ways. Books. So you engage with books. Can you tell me this, sir? When you engage with books, how do you do it? Is it like, for you, is it like a fireplace kind of situation, or is it like, how do you do it? Quiet time. All right. So it's a quiet time. It's a contemplative kind of situation. It's quiet. You're just reading, relaxing. Okay. YouTube. We have so many stories coming from YouTube. Personal, impersonal, documentaries, all sorts of stuff. When you are watching YouTube, what's your posture? How attentive are you? How are you engaging with the story? Okay.
If I'm looking for something that's educational,
Yeah.
then I'm more likely to be, either in my shop area or my man cave, whatever you call it. Where if I'm watching stories that are about people that I'm connected to in their life story and
Yeah.
go through things, I'm more likely to be relaxed in the couch.
Got it. Okay, so the different kind of stories, I mean, he used the word man cave, so I'm just going to roll with that. There is the kind of story where it's educational, where you want to shut everything else out. And you want to, whether it's your man cave or your shop or whatever. I personally don't have a man cave, so my office. But it's the place where you shut everything else off and you're focusing. But there are other kinds of stories that just lend themselves to you not catching every single detail and you just engaging with someone the way you would in conversation, where maybe you don't catch every word they hear, but you catch most of them and you're just engaging with them. How do you engage with stories? What was that? Audible. Okay, Audible. Audiobooks are such a cool phenomenon. I'm so pleased as a teacher that that's a thing now, because most Israelites heard stories. They heard them. They didn't read them. They heard them. And I am so pleased because it is so much easier for me to teach now because more of us engage with stories by hearing than we used to. It's easier for us to understand now how important it is for someone to tell a story using a certain inflection, because you're going to miss it if they don't tell it just right. All of a sudden, it's easier for us to understand why repetition is so important in a story, because if we're driving, listening to Audible, and we get distracted because the driver in front of us is doing crazy stuff, we might miss a really important detail in the story. All of a sudden, we understand why biblical narratives are so repetitive. Why? Because they were being told orally. They needed to catch every detail, and they had to do it in a slightly different way. So when you're doing Audible, do you ever multitask? Not usual. Okay, so you're an attentive listener. That's what I'm hearing. Any other ways we engage with stories? What about movies? How are you engaging with movies? Depends on the story. Okay, it seems like that's kind of the magic answer to this question. It depends on the story. Here's why I'm asking these questions for you. There is a certain way that you sit down and read Hunger Games. That just came to mind. I don't know how many of you guys are reading young adult fiction. My students might resonate with that more than you. But here we are. I'm a millennial. What are you going to do? There is a certain way we engage with those kinds of novels. We are ready to be excited. We are ready to not be able to sleep because we want to read that whole series. We are ready to kind of almost skim at some points because we just want to know what happens next. Do you read Old Testament narratives that way? If you say yes right now, I'm going to look at you skeptically. Maybe sometimes, and our very best, maybe sometimes, but we don't. And probably for good reason, because those narratives are a little bit different. Plus, my goodness, they're the Word of God, so we don't want to miss stuff. But is it possible that in the way we have trained ourselves to read the Bible, looking at every single word, kind of meditating on it, not a bad practice, but what if we forget to balance that with actually letting the story affect us? We might be missing what the Old Testament has for us. We might be missing what the Gospels have for us, because God didn't lay out just a list of details. He didn't lay out a list of principles. Instead, he told very fascinating stories. But I think we all have to admit they don't always feel that way. The story of Jael and Sisera, the tent peg situation, you know what I'm talking about? I wrote a dissertation about this story, so it's going to come up a lot. Also, why would a person choose to write a dissertation about this? I had to think about this horrifying story for like 5 years. It was a terrible life choice. I really think it was fruitful. But for whatever reason, every now and again, I'm like, why did I choose the most violent book in the world to talk about all the time? I'll answer that question tomorrow, but that's neither here nor there. The story of Jael and Sisera It has captured the imagination of artists throughout history. And this, of course, is an Italian Renaissance painter, and probably one you've seen before. It's a fairly famous painting. But why is it that the second I show you that painting that makes the story look old, we are expecting it to affect us in a way different than the novel you pick up on your Saturday afternoon or your Friday night or whatever? The difference is cultural distance. The difference is cultural distance. Even when you and I read fantasy novels or the Chronicles of Narnia or whatever, which is about an otherworldly phenomenon, they're written by people in our world. In maybe still 100 years ago, but still proximate enough to our time that they make characters that engage people like us. They make plots that engage people like us. Why? Because they're like us. That's also why, as Americans, we tend to read American novels more than Russian novels. We tend to read British novels because they're from the Western world, and it makes more sense to us. Even when there are some other stories that have become very popular that are from other parts of the world, they don't engage us in the same way because the authors are different. They have different questions. So part of enjoying these biblical stories and letting us affect them in the same way is understanding the details enough to make it familiar. Look at the same painting that's been redone of Jael and Sisera. Does that capture you in a different way? All of the sudden, those details that seem a million miles away because they're in a Renaissance style have been repainted by someone who has placed this in a setting and with details that we recognize. All of a sudden, that man on the ground we recognize as an army general because we see camouflage. All of the sudden, we understand the sexual undertones of the scene because we see her in a slip. All of the sudden, we recognize the significance of him drinking curdled milk and falling asleep because he's got, you can't see, it's a little dark, he's got an empty wine bottle in his hand. We understand he's passed out drunk, okay? The power of the scene changes. It engages us differently because it's familiar. So what is our job if we are reading narratives that, we just have to acknowledge feel unfamiliar? That's part of what we're going to answer today. Let me ask you a second question. We've been calling these narratives, we've been calling these stories. What about the fact that what we're reading in the Bible is history? You don't need to discuss this at our tables. You can just talk to me. What is the difference between history and story? I actually heard somebody talking about a nursing textbook at one point, and that's kind of in the vein I'm trying to make you think. What's the difference between history and story? Evidence. So it could be that we are used to history being something that's very evidence-based and objective, perhaps. What else? Okay. Okay, so I'm hearing it's maybe very facts-driven. It's not filling out characters and helping us engage with them. It's more sterilized is the word you use. It's straightforward, kind of data. It's data-driven. History can give us a context that if a story isn't careful, it might not, but history is designed to give us a context. Good. Arguably, stories are too. Yeah. So you're already poking at the question a little bit. The deep thinker up here. This is strike 2 on the insightful answers, so we'll see about you. So history and story, he's poking at it, and he's like, okay, are they really that different? And that's a good point. Even history books are written from a certain perspective. I recently compared the account of the Revolutionary War in my high school textbook, my U.S. government textbook, to my British friend's textbook. Really different story. My guess is if y'all had my Illinois Civil War history book, it would look a little different than my best friend's Texas Civil War history book. Even history, as you and I engage it, when we say history, we think of this sterilized thing. But I think when we're honest, we know that it comes from a perspective. It's shaped in some way. The difference is, in our contemporary world that's been shaped by certain forces, that's been shaped by certain philosophical movements, our goal with history, whether we achieve it or not, our goal in history writing is objectivity, right? We're trying to be as objective as possible, or at least we say that. Most of us would say, but can you really be? And we get that. But our goal in history writing is this kind of objectiveness. Here's the thing. Israelite historical writing, that's not their goal. They're not saying false things at all. They are speaking truthfully about what God has done in history, but they have no interest in sounding disinterested. That's not a value of history writing in their culture. History writing is interested. History writing is saying, we know that the God of Israel is the God of the universe, and we're going to say so in our history books. We have no problem with saying that. We have no problem in saying there is one good way to interpret history. I mean, in our Western world, we want this objectiveness because we know that so many people disagree about how to interpret history. In the Israelite milieu, they're saying, nah, our God knows what happened, and he's going to tell you the story of what happened, and we want his perspective. They're not shy about that. And so I would say that there isn't too much of a difference between history and story, especially when we move to the ancient world. Especially when we move to the ancient world. Ultimately, all literature about the past is shaped meaningfully, by which I mean for a specific purpose, and persuasively to convince the reader to adopt its point of view. I'm going to say that again. All literature about the past, and I'm saying all. When I tell you a story about my husband, it also follows this rule, and I'll do that in a second just to make fun of him because he's not here. All literature about the past is shaped meaningfully and persuasively to convince the reader to adopt its point of view. When I tell you a story about the way that my husband asked me out for the first time, my goal is to endear him to you while also making fun of him a little bit, right? So I'm going to tell you cute details, but I'm going to leave out anything that might make you not like him. I'm also going to point out how silly he was, and I'm going to comically tell the story in a way that highlights how silly his little words were. But I want to make sure that you love him by the end of the story. And the way I tell the story is designed to do that. We do that. That's how we tell stories. The biblical authors do too. So our job is to find that point of view, to hear that point of view, and to adopt it. Our job is to adopt that point of view. Why? Because these guys are smarter than us? No. Because these ancient human authors are the vehicle that God chose to tell us the best story ever told. These ancient human authors from a particular cultural context with particular ways of seeing the world, God meaningfully shaped the way that they saw their history. He meaningfully shaped that. He helped them choose good words and good ways of communicating so that you and I, generations later, could look back on that history and not just reconstruct events, but hear their version of events. Because that version of events was detailed, was designed to tell us the right way to understand that history. It doesn't matter, I'm going to say this again, it doesn't matter what happened in Israel thousands of years ago. To some extent, reconstructing those perfect events, that doesn't matter. Does it matter that they're telling us true things? 1,000%. Don't mishear me. That these are historical and real, that's so important. But what matters is that we hear God telling us about these events and why they happened. Sometimes biblical scholars, some of you guys who read and study and maybe read commentaries sometimes, you'll notice that the commentary is only barely about the Bible story. Depends on what commentary you're reading. But sometimes that's only barely about the Bible story because the scholar's just trying to figure out what happened on the ground. I'm not saying that's not important. That's helpful. It helps us make these things concrete and real. But if we're not careful, we forget to just let the story tell us what's important to God and shape us and make us people that listen to him. So we have a twofold goal this morning. We have a twofold goal. And in some ways, these are going to feel competing. And my guess is that each of you is going to gravitate toward one goal or the other. Why? Because we're humans, and the golden medium is kind of not a thing. We just can't do it. We tend to go from one extreme to the other. But we have two goals when we are interacting with biblical narrative. First of all, we want to read biblical narratives attentively enough to overcome cultural differences. So in those two paintings I showed you of Jael and Sisera, we have to have enough knowledge, we have to catch enough details that we can overcome the cultural differences that exist. And that's going to take a little bit of work. And that's part of why reading the Bible can seem like a chore to us. Because we can't just pick it up and read it in the same way that we can just flop down in front of a Netflix series. We have to work a little bit to overcome those cultural differences. I was thinking, I should have had a visual for this, but hopefully you can follow with me. I was watching one of those really terrible new Netflix chick flicks that they've been releasing. You all know what I'm talking about. Like they were trying to do a Hallmark movie thing, and they're like really bad, and they've been publicizing them quite a bit. I'm not going to tell you which one because I'm already embarrassed that I know this much about it. But these stories, when people text each other, they pick up their phone, and then in the bottom of the corner of the screen, like the texts pop up. Y'all, 20 years ago, that would make no sense to us. And in fact, there's this one scene where words don't pop up, but 3 little gray dots blinking. And the person on the screen gets really nervous. Why? Well, because on an iPhone, when 3 little gray dots are blinking, somebody's typing, and they're getting really anxious about what's coming next. Without that cultural knowledge, that anxiety, that whole storytelling moment falls flat. In fact, my guess is there's even people in this room that when they saw that would be like, I literally have no idea what's happening right now. I don't know what that means. My best friend is one of those like smartphone holdout people. And so like I had to explain that to him. Like, thank you for being a millennial and embarrassing me right now by not knowing what this means. But we're all, whatever. My point is, we have to work a little bit when we read these stories to make sure that we are catching the drift of the narrator. But goal number 2, I think, is what Christians sometimes are bad at. Goal number 2, we have to read biblical narratives holistically enough to embrace their view of the world. We have to let a whole narrative touch us. We have to figure out a way to get comfortable enough with that world to let them tell us the story from beginning to end. We as devotional Bible readers who live in a really busy world, how frequently do you sit down and read the book of Judges? That might sound crazy to you, but you know what's crazy? You can do that in about an hour and a half. That probably never occurred to us because after about 10 verses, we're like, check, done my devos for the day. You know what I mean? We've done it. We check that box, and that's not a problem. Part of reading scripture well is reading it very carefully, but we have to do both. And every now and again, we are going to miss the story God's telling if we don't let him tell the whole story. I always make my students, they hate this, but I make my students in my historical books class, every time we read a historical book, I make them read it all in one sitting. Why? So they can hear the whole story. They can hear the whole story. Let's go ahead at this point and jump into elements of biblical narrative, okay? You have some very meager notes on the table in front of you. They will give you almost like nothing. But they're there, A, so you don't get lost, and B, so you don't have to worry about writing down the bold headings, and you can take other notes if you want to. So hopefully that'll help you. I'm going to use the Gideon narrative a little bit to explore some of these, but I won't tell you much about it. I'm not going to give you the punchline. I'm going to let Ken do that. But I am going to use it a little bit. I actually had to borrow a Bible because I'm such a millennial that I didn't bring a paper Bible today. So if you notice me flipping and trying to figure out what's going on here, it's because it's a Bible I'm not familiar with. You guys good? Can we go in? You ready to do this? Okay. Yes, ma'am. You want the husband story? All right. Some people heard it last night, so they're already giggling. My husband hit on me in college. I was sitting in my coffee shop knitting. Again, it's cool again. I promise that sounds very old lady, but I swear that knitting and crocheting and cross stitch is like cool again. I promise. Did I do it before it was cool? Yes, but that's neither here nor there. So I was sitting there knitting, and my husband comes up, and he's like, hey, I'd really love to learn how to knit. No, you don't. There is no way in the world that you want to knit. Why don't you just ask me what you came here to ask me? It was very sweet. And he obviously had been observing me for weeks. And he obviously had asked somebody what I was doing and checked in. So the effort, I really appreciated. But I had to give him a hard time for like the next 10 years about the first sentence he uttered to me was a total lie. Total lie. You have no interest in learning how to knit. He did not. Just to be clear, he did not ever learn how to knit, nor has he ever. But he did commit enough that he bought a skein of yarn. He committed to the lie. That's how marriages are built. But anyhow, he is a wonderful man and is a wonderful father who is manning a 4-year-old for like 48 hours straight. So if you see him, like, bless him. So I'm going to use the Gideon narrative to kind of help us see some of these elements. The first thing that we have to have when we start looking at a narrative is context. Where does this story fit? And I mean this in a couple different ways. Think about this. Even when you've never read a book before, you have an idea what's coming. You haven't seen a movie, but you've seen the preview. We always have at least a little bit of context. This isn't a weird Bible thing. We just have to work a little bit harder in the Bible because the context is more foreign to us. That's why the average English Bible has a little introduction for you, because it knows that. It knows that you need that. So you should read those, just FYI. But there's especially 2 kinds of context I want to focus on at this point. The first is in the history of the ancient world. The context of the story in the ancient world matters. What's going on in the world at that point? Let me give you an example. In the book of Exodus, we meet this Pharaoh who didn't know Joseph and all of a sudden has enslaved the Hebrews, and we see this terrible situation. This all makes a lot more sense if we know the history of the ancient Near East. We find that there was a foreign leader occupying Egypt for quite some time, and that after that leader was ousted, there was this heavy anti-Semitic influence. We can start then to picture a little more concretely how we could go from a place where Joseph was in charge to a place where the Israelites were enslaved. There was this major political shift in the ancient Near East, in Egypt specifically, that affected the way that those two, technically we probably call them races because they aren't technically really all that different, but they looked different, and so they were racialized. If you read the Joseph narrative closely, they'll talk about how like Egyptians and Israelites never sat together at a table. There were racial tensions. And so knowing that affects the way we read and understand that story. Let me think of it. Joshua. In the book of Joshua, when we read ancient documents from the period, we find out that the ancient Near East was just like in a hot mess. Hot mess. Basically, all of these world empires for a brief moment didn't have control of the Promised Land. The Promised Land was like the nexus of the ancient world. It was a nice little fertile strip right near the Mediterranean, and all the trade routes went through there. But for a second, none of the major world powers were there. That's why it works in Joshua for a ragtag army of Israelites that have been slaves for years to suddenly come in and effectively take control of the area. It was a time when all the world powers had backed off. God is the God of the impossible. He could have done it either way. But this helps us understand kind of the situation on the ground. So the history of the ancient Near East, that's relevant. But arguably, even more important for our purposes, is where does this story fit in the story that God is telling, that I'm going to call the great story, God's project of redemption. I summarize that story using a kind of trifold scheme from Graham Goldsworthy. He's one of my favorite biblical theologians. And he talks about the project of redemption, God fixing the broken world by moving his people into his place under his rule. And he talks about how there's every move, every nook and cranny of the biblical story fits into that scheme. God created a world where his people, Adam and Eve, lived in this place, in his presence, in the Garden of Eden, under his rule. They listened to his authority. They thrived under his care. when that fell apart, we see him through the story of Abraham, through the promise to Abraham, to start saying, I'm going to mend this by giving you descendants, that's God securing a people, giving you the land of Canaan in his place, and I'm going to be your God, you're going to be my people under his rule. And we see him time and time again affecting this promise through the kings, through the securing of the land, and eventually, ultimately, through Jesus. Not only the work that Jesus began when he came to earth, but the consummation of that work at the end of time, where we will finally and ultimately be his true people under his rule, living and thriving in that place, in a place that's been designed for us. So, when you are reading the Bible, and we can talk about this in a lot of different ways, but in many ways, the Old Testament and the whole Bible is telling about the fulfillment of this promise to Abraham. And we are always watching to see, how does this narrative or this book of the Bible fit into this project of redemption? So when we come to Judges, when we come to Ruth, when we come to Samuel, what part of this story is God trying to accomplish? Certain books are going to focus on certain things. Genesis, for example. When you read Genesis, there's not a ton of action. I mean, there's action, but it's a lot of people stories. People talking to people. In fact, there's genealogies everywhere. It's kind of exhausting, right? Let's be honest. You skip the genealogies, right? Don't lie to me right now. Or maybe you've been trained. I mean, I got to give Ken a little bit of credit. But the genealogies, all of these people stories, why is that? Genesis is about God securing a people for himself. It's focusing on that part of the Abrahamic promise. Similarly, when we read the book of Exodus, it's all about him choosing Israel, and then there's all these laws, which can be difficult for us, but they're God saying, okay, so you're in a relationship with me, you're going to be my special people, my treasured possession, my segulah in Hebrew. I need you to live according to a certain standard, so I'm going to let you know what it looks like to treat me as your king, as your sovereign. That is him training them to understand what it means to be his people under his rule. The whole biblical narrative touches on this. And so as we watch God's unfolding work of redemption, we have to situate ourselves within it. Do you have a question for me, or are you waving to other people? You're good. Okay, cool. Don't be embarrassed. It's fine. But I will call you out if you do it again. I'm just going to give him a hard time all day now. We're best friends. He's out. He's done with me. All right, the narrator. This is what I wish I had. I want a narrator. I want somebody to walk with me and be like, and then Michelle made a terrible choice. Wouldn't that be helpful? As I look on the world today, maybe this is just the girl that studies historical books, but I want a narrator to be like, I always am guessing in my head how the narrator would narrate what's happening in the world. And then there was a great plague upon the lands, and everybody scrambled and didn't know what to do about it. But it would be helpful to hear that voice, because what the narrator does in a biblical narrative, in any narrative, they give you an authoritative point of view. The narrator is that voice that's telling the story. They're giving you the authoritative point of view. Your job when you read a story is to trust the narrator and let them tell the story. You put trust in me when I told you the silly story about my husband, and you're hoping I'm telling you the truth. The good news is that you don't have to hope that when you come to the Bible. You know this is a book that humans were a huge part of. Obviously, there are human authors, but God was using them to tell his story. So we can trust it. We can trust it. But one of the unique things about this narrator is that he's omniscient. He knows everything. He knows everything. There's nothing the narrator can't know. What do I mean by that? Well, the narrator can tell you how Gideon was feeling. The narrator can tell you what God thought about something. The narrator knows everything. Interestingly, the narrator doesn't always tell you something. Sometimes the narrator does this kind of self-limiting move where the narrator knows all the events, but he doesn't give it to you. Why? Because he wants to make the story engaging, and he needs that suspense and that anticipation to build, so he'll hold off on some of the details. But he does know everything, and he gives us details that people in the story don't have. That's big. In some ways, you and I understand what happened at the Battle of the Kishon in Judges 4. You and I get it better than they did. Why? Because we've got a narrator. Praise God. Again, I want one for today. Omniscient. As I said, they are trustworthy, especially in the case of the Bible. They also speak interpretively and evaluatively. This is so crucial. At the beginning of Judges 6, the beginning of the Gideon narrative, we don't start out with the narrator saying, and then the people worshiped Baal. He'll go on and give us some of that in other places. Instead, he skips to the evaluation. What the people did was evil. That makes our job so much easier. We don't have to analyze the actions of the characters and figure out how we should feel about it. The narrator's there to be like, let's all get on the same page. The Israelites were doing bad stuff. I'm not okay with this. The narrator sometimes is going to give us more of this than others. And in Judges, good news is, especially through the first half of the book, we get a lot more of these straightforward evaluative statements than we do anywhere else in the scripture. Maybe that's why I like Judges so much. I just really love the narrator telling me what to think. Ezra and Nehemiah is so hard. We don't have a narrator. It's Ezra and Nehemiah telling their own stories. And I always wish I had the Judges narrator there to interpret everybody's actions. But the narrator is going to let us know how to interpret events most of the time. They are going to be interpretive and evaluative, sometimes implicitly. And what we're going to talk about as we go through the morning is how to catch those inferences that we might miss. How do we catch those inferences? Y'all, we can't forget that God promises us that this Bible is understandable. I have training in all this, yes. Ken has training in all this, yes. But God promises that he will not give you something you can't understand. Can we fill it out for you? Absolutely. Can we train you to do it better? Absolutely. But there's nothing I'm teaching you today that my grandfather didn't figure out on his own by reading his Bible 7,000 times. My grandpa never had any sort of training. He always laughs at me. He's like, you went to school for all that. I just read really well. I'm always telling him about Proverbs, and he loves Proverbs. I'm always telling him, and I sent him a book on Proverbs, and he was like, anybody who's read Proverbs carefully understands this, Michelle. And I was like, well, then you should teach us all how to read, because apparently we're doing it wrong. But my point is that careful reading gives us so much of this. This is not beyond you. It's not out of your reach. It's not too high. God promises to provide it, okay? We just have to watch carefully. Setting is another part of a narrative. Setting is the way that the narrator frames the story. And specifically, when I use that word, I'm talking about the way that the story is introduced. How is the story introduced? What does the narrator tell us and what doesn't he tell us? And how does he do so? This involves the selective material. At the beginning of the Gideon story, we get certain information and not others. And I'll highlight that in a second. We also get geographical context often in the setting. By setting, we don't only mean like what was it like on the ground, we mean specifically where was it on the ground, and that makes a difference. Again, I'll talk about that in a minute when it comes to the Gideon narrative. And then finally, we have character introductions. The way that a character is introduced tells you so much about what their role is going to be in the unfolding narrative. Or sometimes the narrator sets you up for a switcheroo. Let me give you an example. Rahab. When we meet Rahab, what do we know about her? Canaanite prostitute. What are our expectations? Not good. The narrator uses that to slap us in the face when we get to the end of chapter 2 and we realize she's far more faithful than Achan could ever be. The narrator has set us up to have our expectations confounded. And so the way that the setting unfolds shapes our perspective on purpose, so that either those expectations are confounded or they give us the tools we need to proceed. Okay? So let's talk about the Gideon story now, with the way that it starts. In Judges 6, we have these details given to us at the beginning of the story. So the Israelites did evil in the eyes of Yahweh, and for several years he gave them into the hands of the Midianites, because the power of Midian was so oppressive. Okay, so they're in the hands of the Midianites, but what do we know about them so far? They're super effective at making life bad, okay? They prepared shelters for themselves in mountain clefts, caves, and strongholds. Okay, so far, Midian, powerful. Israel, weak. scared, running for the hills, literally. Whenever the Israelites planted their crops, the Midianites, Amalekites, and other eastern peoples invaded the country. All right, this is important for us. The Midian, Amalek, and the people of the east are three people that pop up in biblical narratives all the time. These are kind of generalized areas, mostly because I was trying to make them all fit on the slide. But Midian is to the southeast of the Promised Land. They're kind of a roaming people that are down in that area. Amalek is down into the east again. And then people of the east is kind of a generalized term for either desert wandering people or anybody that's to the east of the Promised Land. Why is that important? Well, look at the next line. They camped on the land and ruined the crops all the way to Gaza. Where's Gaza? On the coast. The people of the east managed to infiltrate Israel all the way to the west. What does that geographical situation tells you? This country was entrenched. It was surrounded because people from the east had managed to gain enough of a foothold that they got all the way to the coast. They are surrounded. They can't go south. They can't go east. They're stuck. Let's keep going. We'll find out in a little bit that Gideon is from Manasseh, which is a little farther north of there. And that's important because in just a second, we're going to find out that the first battle he engages in is in the Jezreel Valley, which is even farther north. So not only have these folks gotten all the way to Gaza, but they've gotten all the way to the north of Israel. They have thoroughly infected the Promised Land. And I use the word infected not because I'm trying to cast them in the worst possible light, but because that's kind of the way that they're treated like bugs, like a pest that is kind of taking over all the land. So the way that the introduction to this story, think about what it tells us. Israel's stuck. They're hidden. They are totally overrun. These people are so numerous and so oppressive, they are hopeless. That's how the story is framed. So as we read it, we are expecting the Midianite army to win. It is posing, it's framing this conception that Israel is the underdog. And we know the Gideon story. God's going to compound that expectation by shrinking the army to make sure that we understand just how much of an underdog this army is, so that, we are reminded toward the end that God is the one that wins battles, not armies. But all of those details are carefully chosen to lead us to that interpretation, okay? Character types. Oh, man. Characters are my favorite part of biblical narrative. Here's why. In the Western contemporary world, action movies are by far the most popular kind of movies. Why? We like plots. We are event-oriented. The way that history, the way that stories are told are event-focused. We want to know what happens next. That's why we keep reading. What happens next? Not so with ancient Near Eastern narratives. They are character-focused. Of course, what happens is so important. It is so important. And Judges is kind of unique in that it's a little more event-focused than character-focused, at least at the beginning. But Samuel, for example, is super character-focused. Different narratives kind of do this in different ways, but it's more character-focused than Western narratives are. So understanding the way that the characters are shaped meaningfully by the narrator actually gives us clues about how to interpret it. If we read carefully, it's not like, how do you feel about this text? What do you think it might mean? We have guidance about how we're supposed to interpret these characters. We don't have to guess. We just have to read carefully. All right, so character types. Let's talk about this. On the one hand, we have to think about major characters and minor characters. We know what that means. I mean, anybody who's had high school English has an idea. There's the people that are prominent in the narrative, major characters, and people who are less prominent in the narrative. Why is this important? If somebody enters the story and you know almost nothing about them and they do almost nothing, you have an important question to answer. Why are they there at all? That's going to give you so much insight about what the narrator's trying to tell you. Why is that person even there? The other thing we need to think about is round versus flat characters. Round characters are those that are filled out quite a bit. See, major and minor has something to say about how important they are to the plot. Round and flat is how much you know about them. Round characters, we know their thoughts, we know their dreams, we know their motivations. We watch them change, grow, or become something terrible. Flat characters, we know like nothing about them. And so we end up with this sort of nexus where we're watching some characters are major, but flat. Meaning they're super important to the narrative. They might even be the hero of the story, but we know almost nothing about them. One example, Ehud or Ehud. We know like nothing about this guy other than that he's left-handed. And I'll let Ken sort that out for you. But we know like nothing about him. Why? Because the narrator is doing something different than that. In that story, he's not pushing us to think about what kind of a guy is Ehud. He's pushing us to see what God can do with Ehud. And so he's not going to tell you about him as much as a character that he wants you to identify with and think about. Gideon, on the other hand, from the moment we meet him, we know what he's thinking and feeling. We know he's afraid. In the first chapter we meet him, we know something about his feelings. That's rare, y'all. It is rare in biblical narrative for us to know what somebody's feeling and thinking. Very frequently, we have to kind of intimate that from the story. But the narrator is giving you that information. Gideon is a very round character. He has his ups and downs, his dreams, his fears. He changes. He is the most relatable character in Judges because he's a hot mess. And he is more relatable than a lot of the characters because he has his bright moments. It is so easy to hate a character and then say, that's nothing like me. When you meet a character that feels like you and then they turn out to be the worst, whoo, is that convicting. Gideon is that guy for me. We always tell the Gideon story and we start out being like, and he was so fearful. He had to ask God for all these tests, and he had to do this, that, and the other. And it's really easy for us to demonize him and like point at him and be like, yeah, he was the worst. But what if we call what he was experiencing imposter syndrome? Because he was all like, I don't know if I'm the guy for the job. I'm from the weakest clan of Manasseh. If we call it imposter syndrome, at least in my view, that all of a sudden is super relatable. That is me. I get that. I know what that feels like. A lot of these characters, the round characters, are easier to identify with. Now, there are really interesting characters that are like minor but round. A minor character means they don't have much of a role in the story. You almost feel like you could delete them. But we know a lot about their feelings and emotions and intentions. Best example, Jonathan. We know what Jonathan is thinking and feeling. Why is he there? So that we can understand how Saul is the worst. He's a foil for Saul. And so we have to know about his motivations and how different they are from Saul so we can judge Saul. So he has to be there. We have to know all about him, even though he's not that important to the unfolding story. Okay? So watching these things will help to draw your attention to the right characters and will protect you from focusing and trying to answer questions about characters that maybe aren't that important. Sometimes there are characters we know nothing about, and we get stuck, and we're like, but what about their family? Was it okay that they did that? And then we think, I must need to study more. I'm going to grab as many commentaries as I can, and I'm going to try to figure out, I need to fill in the gaps. But I'm saying, if the narrator didn't give you any information about that character, it could be because you shouldn't focus on that, and you need to keep on reading. One of the things I say to my students the most is keep reading. Just keep reading. If it doesn't become clear, then go back and say, I think there might have been a cultural nuance I missed. But it's very possible that that's the narrator's way of being like, don't focus on that. Keep going. Just keep going. That's not important, okay? That also protects us from kind of inventing backstories that aren't really there. There are so many times that when the narrator doesn't give us details, we fill them all in. And we turn this person into whoever we imagine. And guys, that's dangerous. We can make the story say whatever we want. Now, God in his grace is going to help us. And even if we do that, he's going to make sure that his message is clear and we're fine. But let's let God tell the story. It's going to be way better than any story you and I write, okay? Another element of character in biblical narrative is character development. Character development. There are 4 primary ways that we learn about characters in biblical narrative. 4 primary ways. I'm going to start with the least reliable and go to the most reliable. What do I mean? as readers, there are 4 different ways that we learn about characters, and these are maybe like most implicit to most explicit. When we meet characters, we evaluate them. We have to. We have to figure out if they're the hero. We have to figure out if they're the bad guy. We have to figure out if we're supposed to be like them or if we're supposed to not be like them. When we meet Jonah, he's a prophet, and we're like, cool, I'm going to be like this guy. By like verse 3, we're like, nope, not going to be like this guy. But that's because we watched his actions. Did the narrator say, and then Jonah was the worst? That's helpful when the narrator does that. But even his actions were enough to tell us that something was awry. So this is the least reliable, but still something we can watch. Actions are telling, especially when we have a prophet or God or someone who speaks for God saying, this is what you must do. And then we carefully measure the response. Is that what they did? That's easy. Those actions tell us something. Sometimes it's not that easy. Sometimes you and I are expected to know enough about the Israelite law to evaluate their actions. When we find, let's say that somebody tells a story, and I'm making this up, where somebody harvested their grain and they were such great farmers that they harvested every single piece of barley from their field. We'd be tempted to be like, crushing it, way to go, farmer. But if we know the Israelite law, we know that they're not supposed to do that. We know they're supposed to leave some room around the edges so that poor people have something to eat. Sometimes the biblical authors are assuming, because they're writing to Israelites, that we know the Israelite law. So yet again, this is my plug for Bible reading. I'm going to keep plugging that all morning. I know that you guys are a Bible church and you care about these things, but it's still my job. Okay, so in actions, what do they do? And do they change? That's super important. In this, for example, we meet Gideon, and one of the first things he does is takes down an altar. That bodes well for Gideon. This is a good sign. You know what one of the last things that Gideon does? He builds something that they worship. His story begins with tearing down a bad idol. His story ends with building one. Watching changes also are going to help us evaluate a character. Okay? Secondly, in their dialogue, in their own dialogue, what do we learn about a person from the way they speak? So much. You guys already get a feel for me because of the way I talk, the way I carry myself. We get that same, we get to know a character through their speech. We learn something about Gideon right away. He speaks to this angel, this messenger of Yahweh, and says, pardon me, but if Yahweh is with us, why has all this happened to us? You know the first thing he says? If Yahweh is with us. Whew, that tells us a lot about Gideon. He's not so sure that Yahweh's on his side. Okay? That assumption immediately gives us some information. So that's even more helpful than actions in helping us get to know a character. Thirdly, the words of others. The words of others are even more reliable. The words of others in biblical narrative are even more reliable than a person's own perception. Okay? Why? Well, look in this. The line before, the angel has characterized him as a mighty man, as a mighty warrior. And what's he about to say? No, I'm weak. We know how to evaluate his statement because we've had somebody else give us a counter proposal. And that somebody else is shaped by the narrative to be more authoritative because they're associated with Yahweh. So we know that we are supposed to see his answer as inappropriate to some degree. And then finally, the words of the narrator are the most crucial and the most helpful as we determine what to think about a character. At the end of the Gideon story, where he builds this golden ephod, which is a fancy term for underwear, where he builds this fancy thing and encourages people to worship it, we could potentially say, is that right or is that wrong? Maybe that's a way to, in that culture, to honor Yahweh. But the narrator is there to say, no. It was a snare to Gideon. So the narrator is there and is helping us overcome whatever cultural distance we have and is very clear that this is inappropriate. It was a snare, and this caused a problem in the developing spiritual health or the deteriorating spiritual health of Israel. Okay? Let's talk about plot. Plot is a presentation of events. It's the presentation of events that transpire, okay? When we are talking about plot, we are talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about the sequence of events. Is there a flashback? Sometimes we have flashbacks. Actually, really commonly we have flashbacks. And when that happens, we should ask, why did the author choose to tell the story this way? Why did he give us that information now? What are they trying to communicate by giving us those things out of order? Sometimes we need to watch which characters are involved in events. When the golden calf is built, which leader is involved? Aaron. This isn't just the people. At least one of the spiritual leaders of Israel is involved in this activity. That not only shapes what we see of him, but it helps us interpret the entire narrative. We have to watch which characters are involved in events and which ones are not. Finally, we need to watch which events are described in detail and which ones are not. Let's look at the story of Gideon tearing down the altar. So this is in Judges chapter 6. I'm going to start at about verse 25. Watch this, and this is just a visual. So watch my screen first. Sorry, I didn't mean to tell you to look in your Bible and then say, never mind. But watch my screen first because I want you to see this visual aid. We have this whole chunk that I've highlighted here in this goldish color that is all about just instructions for what he's supposed to do. Gideon tearing down the altar is this much of the story. All of the rest of the story is how the townspeople respond to it. So I ask you, is Gideon tearing down the altar what's important about this story? It is not. And the narrator has made it exceptionally clear that it's not by how much space the narrator has given to these things. When we look at this, look at the one thing that I didn't highlight. He was afraid. The narrator is preparing us for how this event shows us the motivations of the people, the motivations of Gideon, and the spiritual climate in Israel. That he tore down the altar is the thing that happened, sure, but that's not what's important. It's why he was scared to do it, what that tells us about Israel, and what that tells us about his family. That's more important, and so the narrator gave more space to that. The first couple chapters of Exodus cover hundreds of years. The rest of the book of Exodus covers 40 years. What's most important? Those 40 years. That's why it gets so much space. We just need to follow the narrator. They are going to give us intuitive clues about what to focus on and what's not. I'm seeing more and more of you get up to take breaks, so I will give you one just shortly. Don't worry. Dialogue. Character speeches and interactions are so crucial to Israelite narrative because they're so character focused. The way people talk to each other give us so much information about them. Watch who speaks first and what they say. Who speaks in a helpful way and who doesn't. I'm thinking now of the story of Saul when we first meet him, when he and his servant are wandering around looking for donkeys. Which, I mean, what are you going to think about Saul when the first thing you learn about him is that he's lost his donkeys? It's like so many jokes to tell about. But he can't find his donkeys, and he's like, guess we have to go home, can't find the donkeys. But his servant is the one that's like, actually, there's a prophet here. And then Saul's like, I don't know, I don't have any money. And the servant's like, yeah, I've got money. Do you need me to do this for you? That dialogue, the servant is the one taking initiative and steering the conversation in a productive fashion. That tells you something about Saul. And it prepares us for what we're going to see in the narrative ahead. Watching who speaks and who is helpful in their speech is important. The silence of certain characters is important. In the beginning of the book of Judges, actually this story is in Joshua too, we meet Othniel and we meet Asa. Asa is going to be his wife. You know who doesn't speak in that whole story? Othniel. It's only barely a story about Othniel. It's a story about Asa. You know who speaks all the time? Asa, her and her dad. Othniel is just like he's just like there. We'll know more about Othniel later, but she speaks. That tells us that we need to say, okay, what is this book telling us about this Israelite wife? Pro tip, so much in the book of Judges is about don't marry Canaanites and make your family like half Israelite, half Canaanite. That's going to cause problems. So what does the book start with? A story about a good Israelite family. So we meet a wife. And what is she doing? Helping Othniel do exactly what he was directed to do by God. So by focusing the story on the wife, it's not so much all about how women were wonderful, though it is definitely about that, but it is showing us this is what an ideal Israelite family could look like. And that's going to hold us up. When we meet Samson and his wives, it's going to give us a little bit of a comparison. Okay? All right. Finally, and perhaps more importantly, we need to watch the accuracy of speech. We need to watch the accuracy of speech. Characters are going to say things, and every now and again, the author will juxtapose speeches or instructions so that you can measure the difference between them. Let me show you what I mean. In Judges 6, we have this unnamed prophet, an Ishnavi. He comes and chats with all of Israel. It's actually before Gideon's introduced, a couple verses earlier. And he says, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I brought you up out of Egypt, out of slavery. I rescued you from the Egyptians, from everybody who oppressed you. I drove out your enemy, and gave you their land. I told you, I am Yahweh your God. You must not worship the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you now live. But you have not listened to me. Hold that thought. This is what God says about what's happened in recent history. Look at what Gideon says just a couple verses later. If the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all the miracles our ancestors told us about? Didn't they say the Lord brought us up out of Egypt? Let's compare. He says the Lord brought us up out of Egypt. What did the prophet say? I delivered you from Egypt and all of the people who oppressed you. Gideon has ignored everything God has done for his generation. In his mind, this is the God of my father, the one that's, the other generations. He saved them in Egypt. He apparently has missed that God's been saving them from a lot of other people. That's what the whole first half of Judges is about. And then we go on. But now the Lord has abandoned us. What did the prophet just say? Y'all abandoned me. By putting these two speeches next to each other, we catch how spiritually blind he was to what God was doing. And this is Gideon standing in the Jezreel Valley, which is where the story of Deborah and Barak had just unfolded. They had just sung a victory song. The Song of Deborah is all about that victory, showing us how much this was like the Exodus. And with that tune ringing in the valley, echoes reverberating off of the mountain there, we hear him be like, what has God done for us recently? By juxtaposing those two speeches, we are given the information we need to evaluate how much Gideon has missed. So he, even as somebody who is initially obedient, already is somebody who the introduction to Judges has prepared us for. He's somebody that doesn't know God. The introduction to Judges is going to tell us that. They don't know God and they don't know what he's done for them recently. And Gideon personifies that. Okay? All right, y'all need a break and I need to chug that water. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you, let's see, it's 25. I'm going to give you a half an hour break, but let me explain why. Because you guys are looking at me like, what? But let me explain why. That gives you 10 to 15 minutes to do full break things, go get your coffee, have some snacks, whatever. It also gives you 10 or 15 minutes to read Ruth chapter 1. Okay? So you can do those two things in whatever order you want, but your assignment, that's right, I'm a teacher and I'm going to do that to you. Your assignment before 10, am I going to give you, 25 minutes. So let's come back at 10 to 11, so 10:50. At 10:50, we are going to discuss Ruth chapter 1. And your job as you read it is to watch for all of the elements that we've discussed. Watch for the way the setting is set up. Watch for the way characters are introduced. Watch for the way the plot unfolds. Watch for the evaluations the narrator gives. Watch how the dialogue works. And then we're going to walk through this together in our remaining time this morning and see if we apply these and if we read carefully, what does that teach us about how Ruth should be read? Okay? So you have till 10 till 5 till, and I'll pick us up there. Have a good break. I'll see you all shortly.
As a fellow Illinois person,
Yes, sir.
I would like to apologize for you coming to Arkansas and then putting a toilet on stage with you. I've never shared the stage with a toilet.
I know. But with judges, it's appropriate. I can do it.
Really enjoying it. You have brought so much life to reading it.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
That's our goal.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's.
The grave, I had no hope that you would own a rebel to your will. And if you had not loved me first, I would refuse you still. And hallelujah, all I have is Christ. Hallelujah, Jesus is my life. But as I ran my hell-bound race, indifferent to the cause, you looked upon my helpless state and led me to the cross. And I beheld God's love displayed. You suffered in my place. You bore the wrath reserved for me. Now all I know is grace. Hallelujah. All I have is Christ. Hallelujah. Jesus is my life. He is my. I'm not my own. I'm not my own. Now, Lord, I would be yours alone and live so all might see the strength to follow your commands could never come from me. Oh, Father, use my ransom life in any way you choose, and let my song forever be my only boast is stars you set in motion, oh God. I sing all glory and honor. What is man that you are mindful, the Son of Man that you would care for him? We sing all glory and honor, oh Lord, our Lord. Oh, how awesome are your ways, how majestic is your name in all the earth. Oh Lord, our Lord, may we see your kingdom come. Father, may your will be done in all the earth. In all the earth you gave dominion to your children, and you crown them, oh God, with glory and honor. So we'll sing of your name, live our lives for your greatness, oh God, and your glory and honor, oh Lord, our Lord. Oh, how awesome are your ways, how majestic is your name in all the earth. Oh Lord, our Lord, may we see your kingdom come. Father, may your will be done in all the earth. The earth is full of the glory of God. Come make much of the name above all names. Creation cries out, and every knee bows. Jesus, we crown you, oh Lord, our Lord. Earth is full of the glory of God. Come make much of oh, the name above all names. Creation cries out, and every knee, oh, Jesus, we crown you, oh Lord, our Lord. How majestic is your name in all the earth. Lord, our Lord. See your kingdom come, and your will be done in all the awesome are your ways, how majestic is your name in all the earth. Oh Lord, may we see your kingdom come. Father, may your will be done in all the earth. Oh Lord, oh how awesome are your ways, how majestic is your name in all the earth. Oh Lord, our Lord, may we see your kingdom come. Father, may your will be done in all the earth, in all the earth.
Everybody, this is a 10 to 15 minute reminder that if you haven't started reading Ruth yet, you might want to. Feel free to talk, but I just wanted to remind everybody just in case. Thank you.
This is holy, this is holy ground. For you are holy, you are holy, God. This is holy, this is holy ground. You are holy, and you are with me now. So I wait upon you now. Lord, I wait upon you now. Will your presence fill me now as I wait upon you now? This is holy, this is holy ground. For you are holy, you are holy, God. This is holy, this is holy ground. For you are holy, and you are with me now. Oh, oh, my heart cries holy. Oh, oh, my heart cries holy.
All right, folks, if you could kind of gather back in here, I'll let some of the stragglers find themselves. You can start collecting your thoughts. We are just going to walk through these one by one. And you're going to tell me what insights you gleaned. You guys have done a great job speaking up for me. I'll try to repeat what you say so that those who are in the other room can hear what we're talking about here in the room. So if you say something and I repeat it verbatim, it's not because I wanted to hear myself talk. It's just for the sake of those who aren't in this room with us. All right, talk to me about context. Ruth 1. What does it give us in terms of context? We talked about context being, on the one hand, like what's going on in the ancient Near East. I recognize that you guys might not have all that information, but you probably do have enough information to answer that second question, which is, how does this fit into God's story? Where does it fit into the history of the Israelites? What can you tell me? Good. We have two pieces of information that are crucial. First of all, it's in the period of the Judges. What does that tell us to expect? I know y'all haven't done your whole Judges study yet, but you guys have been around church and the Bible long enough to know something about Judges. If nothing else, please recognize that for your series on Judges, there are toilets on the stage. That tells you something about what we should expect from Judges. What does that tell us? I think I heard your name is it Cade? I know things. Go ahead. Okay, so Israel has terrible relationship with pagan neighbors. You said for starters. Is that all you're going to say, or is there more? Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so Israel has pretty terrible relationships with their neighbors. So that's important, and that's going to be a really big deal going forward, okay? What else do we know about the period of the Judges? No clear leadership. Good. We have people rising up and leading on kind of like a local level, but it's a little bit ad hoc. It's a little bit sort of as needed. We don't have a king to look to. We don't really have a priesthood that's operating like it should. How do people know what to do and what not to do? They kind of do whatever they want. That's what Judges said they did. But ideally, how do they know what to do? The law. So how are we going to evaluate the actions of these characters? By the law. So the book of Ruth is showing us the only authority these people have is the authority that God is slowly but surely writing on their hearts, slowly but surely trying to shape for them. The law. That's going to be how we evaluate people. What else do we need to think about in terms of this being the time of the Judges? Good. Yeah, so it's an inconsistent period where we see, generally spiritual depravity. We generally are seeing Israel in its worst light. I went to Israel with a Jewish man, a Jewish group this year, and I told him I was a Judges scholar, and he said, "Oh, he must hate us." And there's a lot of complexities to that statement and a lot of things we had to unpack there, but he's not wrong. It's not a very favorable view of God's people. And so that also raises our expectation. What are we expecting the Israelites in the book to be like? Dangerous? Not God-honoring? Okay? Boaz, we're going to see, is going to defy all those expectations. What else? All right, what else about setting? We know there's a famine. We know there's a famine in the land. So at least in the land of Israel, there's a famine. There are so many different people that read this so many different ways. Some people say, well, obviously this was God's judgment on Israel. Very possibly. It's one of the curses of the Pentateuch, is that when you get into the land, if you haven't done what I said, there's going to be famine, it's going to be difficult. So at minimum, that sounds like what we would expect from the Judges period. Things are hard. Things in Israel are hard. It is a time of economic hardship. So not only, they leave, guys, they leave out of necessity. Think about this. This is the conquest period. What is the one job of Israel in this period of their history? To live in the land. What do? They move to Moab. Things are desperate enough that their one job is something they abandon. Do we need to fault them for that? Does the narrator fault them for that? That's an interesting question. Let's talk about the narrator. I think I kind of asked you to think about, does the narrator evaluate things? What does the narrator report? What does the narrator not report? Arguably, as I just led, interestingly, the narrator doesn't do anything to tell us how to interpret their going to Moab. Like I said, at minimum, it's not a good idea. I mean, at minimum, we know their one job is to make Israel the land of God's promise. And so by leaving, at minimum, it shows it's so hard that in desperation they have to leave. Sin has so affected society that they have to leave. At maximum, we could interpret it as a sign of disobedience, okay? And there's a little bit of room there, but we at least know that there's a level of sin kind of in the air that led to that. What else does the narrator give us information that characters don't have at any point? Not really, not too much. In Ruth, we have a very different narrator than in Judges. A very different narrator. Here, we get way more implicit evaluation than we do explicit evaluation. So instead of looking for evaluative statements, which we're not going to get as much of, what selectively does the narrator do? What's not there that you wanted to see? I'm going to call on you because I know what your answer will be. Go ahead. Yeah. Specifically, we chatted about how we want to know why Ruth decided to stay with Naomi. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know, was Ruth just like a really great woman? Was Ruth just like enamored with Naomi? Did Ruth feel guilty? We don't know. Something about her motivations, at least to this point, we know what she pledges to do. We're going to see her actions in the next chapter are going to give us some insight into what she sees as a priority. But what the narrator does is sets aside her motivations and focuses on her actions. What does she do? What does she do? And in fact, we're going to see that all the way through the book of Ruth. Motivations are rarely explicit. Actions are centric. And part of the message of Ruth is that you shouldn't judge a person by their nationality. You shouldn't judge a person based on societal expectation. You should judge a person by their faithfulness. And so, actions are center stage. What do we see or not see? What's the focus? What does the narrator give us the most information about? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So what this gentleman has shown us is that we meet two people that at least initially feel a little bit different. She's mother-in-law, and we might write in all sorts of jokes about mother-in-laws, but we have to be careful. That's a contemporary thing, not an ancient thing. For all I know, mother-in-laws were the worst then, too. But I have a great mother-in-law. So just have that on the record. But that's not, what it's showing us is the connection between these people. And Naomi interprets events a certain way. She's disenchanted. But we do get a vibe that Ruth is a little bit different. Also, Naomi is an older widow. Ruth is a young widow. So there's all these different things. Naomi is an Israelite. Ruth is not. She is a foreigner. But they are drawn together, not only by her actions, but I would argue by their social disadvantage. At this point, there's a famine in the land. That's why they initially left. So what does that tell you? They left with nothing. They lived in Moab. They hung out there for a while. But now, even what they had then, they don't have any longer. They are two people who have no recourse to live. They've got nothing. What else? What do we get? What information do we get? Tell me about that. Good. That's actually a detail that we hear when Naomi heard in Moab that the Lord had come to the aid of his people by providing for them, providing food for them. Here's a little Hebrew tidbit for y'all. Bethlehem, which is where they're going, in Hebrew is Beit Lechem. Beit, house of, Lechem, food. It's the bread basket of the ancient world. And there was a famine there. And what did we find here? God gives them lechem again. He gives them bread. He gives them food. So he is restoring places to how they should be. He is restoring things to the way that they should be. And we find that they heard. Listen, whose voice is that in? She heard that Yahweh had done this. Does it say, does Ruth say that? Does Naomi say that out loud? Or does the narrator tell us that God had visited? It's kind of difficult because it's her perception, but the narrator still uses the narrator voice to report that God had visited his people. That's important for us. What do we know? God has visited. We are now going to evaluate how other characters describe what God is doing. So far, all we know about God is that he has provided. In a second, what is Naomi going to say? God has emptied me. It's the opposite. The narrator is setting us up for what God is doing and how he's being perceived and contrasting them. What else? What else is provided, not provided? Yes, sir. Oh, good. Very good insight there. The question was, can I comment on the repetition of the word return? Repetition's important. Repetition is important. The word return over and over in this verse, I think I remember counting it at some point. I think it's like 12 times. The Hebrew word, at least, shows up, I think that many times. It's been a second since I counted. But over and over, return, return, return. Again, this is a book about restoration. This is a book about restoration. That word return actually has a ton. It's so full of theological whatever in the Bible. That's also the word used for repentance. And one of the things we want to make sure we don't do in the Bible is like assume that every time we see the word, it means the same thing. So don't do that. Don't make it a huge thing. But the fact that over and over he's talking about returning, that reorients us to the fact that this is a journey narrative. At minimum, they're going somewhere. But it also alerts us to the fact that there's restoration happening, okay, on some level. Okay, let's keep going. Talk to me, what's next? Context, narrator, setting, is that what's next? I'm going to steal one of your papers. Thank you. Yeah. Let me pull this up. All right, setting. Where's the story set geographically? Ooh, let's talk about geography. P.S. I saw a couple of you with maps. A+ to those folks. So where's the story set? We've got a couple different geographical references. What are they? Moab and Judah, Bethlehem and Judah. So in the ancient world, we've got the promised land. We've got Judah being a substantial part of the southern portion of Israel. Moab is across the Dead Sea. It was one of the kingdoms that we saw on that map earlier, actually. It's across the Dead Sea. So we're seeing them go to Moab and come back. Let me ask you this. Where do we see Moab in the biblical story? We know some things about Moab. All right, go ahead. I was just giving them a chance, you know? All right, go ahead. Correct. Moab is actually, Eglon is king of Moab, at least at one point in the Judges narrative. So in this general time period, whether it's before or after this, they're one of the oppressors of Israel. What about in Genesis? Anybody know where Moab pops up? There it is. Lot. Okay, we remember Lot, right? He is Abraham's relative. He's rescued from Sodom and Gomorrah along with his daughters. Moab and the Moabites are descendants of whom? Lot and his daughters. Moab is characterized, and it becomes kind of, they're characterized as this sort of, either way, we associate them with this kind of incestuous, inappropriate beginning, okay? And the Moabites continue to be somebody that's kind of in tension with Israel. But think about this, y'all. If in the background of this story is all of that improper sexual activity in a cave, what might that teach us about how to read the really awkward, is it sexual, encounter in chapter 3, where a Moabite woman doesn't commit inappropriate sexual activity? Confounding expectations. We are given expectations by her being a Moabitess. What is she instead? Faithful. Oh, I love Ruth. All right. Anything else in terms of setting? Yep. Moabite women are constantly the temptresses in the biblical story. They are the sexual impropriety that's always introduced, okay? So Moab, super contentious relationship with Israel, inappropriate women. Again, just like with Rahab, Ruth is going to blow that expectation out of the water. All right, talk to me about characters. How are they introduced? You know what? Let me ask this question differently. Who is the most important character in chapter 1? Naomi. You know how much of the book of Ruth is about Ruth? Not as much as you might think. The initial problem we are given, is whose problem? Naomi's. Somewhere in pop culture and a million other places, if I see one more GIF about a girl finding her Boaz, I'm going to throw something at the computer screen. Y'all, this is only barely a story about Ruth. This is a story about God restoring Naomi and Ruth being the amazingly faithful instrument by which he does that. Ruth and Boaz. The most unexpected. It's not a king, it's not an emperor, it's not a prophet, it's not a Levite. Who is it? A foreign widow and some random Israelite landowner. They are the people who, through everyday, mundane faithfulness, God provides for Naomi. At the beginning, we find that Naomi has lost everything. Naomi has not only lost, did you catch in those opening verses the way it set it up? Actually, let me show you this. It's just too good. It's even better in Hebrew, but we'll settle for English. Let's see. So a man from Bethlehem in Judah, together with his wife and 2 sons, went to live for a little bit in the country of Moab. Okay, they were Ephrathites. Now Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died. She was left with her 2 sons. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah, the other Ruth. After they had lived there about 10 years, they both died. Naomi was left without her 2 sons and her husband. So notice how the story is tracing step by step by step how Naomi has lost. She lost her husband, and then she had her 2 sons. They married, but then she was left without even her 2 sons or her husband. What's interesting, you can't see this here as well. In the Hebrew, it talks about sons at one place, and then it talks about children the other place. It switches to a more kind of maternal relational word to help us trace kind of the psychological damage and make this real to us. This is not only about family, though, y'all. This is also about economic livelihood. A woman in ancient Israel was completely dependent on the men in her life to eat. She has nothing to her name. I mean, we find out later she's got a little something, but generally has nothing to her name, okay? She doesn't have anything. She doesn't have a way to eat. She can't work, really. She is going to be dependent. She's going to become a beggar, essentially. She will be completely dependent on the community to help her survive. And what's the community coming out of? A famine. It's the time when you're expecting everybody to be stingy, especially in the time of the judges. Are we expecting generosity and love and care for our neighbor? No, this is hopeless. And the narrator in Ruth 1 is going to add every step of the way. It's the narrator in Ruth loves to do this, to build suspense by making things sound worse and worse and worse. One of the most common words in Hebrew in the book of Ruth is the word even, gam. It's the narrator, because the narrator is always like this, but even this, and even this, always upping the ante. Always upping the ante. And we see that in the introduction. Things get worse and worse and worse. Naomi is living in this complete dissolution, okay? Tell me about Ruth. What do we know about her? What kind of characterization have we seen from her so far? So she married a foreigner. She's a Moabite woman. She married a foreigner. She was cool with that. And frankly, most people in the ancient Near East were cool with that. Israel was kind of called to this other thing. But she was willing to marry into this Israelite household. Do we know if they were a faithful Israelite household? No idea. We have no idea at this point. Okay? What do we know about Orpah? Her name. One other thing about her. Don't have children, that's true. Also, she goes home. We know nothing about Orpah, really. Again, her name. She's a flat character, and she's a minor character. Why is she there? Contrast. The only reason Orpah is there is to help us compare her actions with Ruth's. She doesn't need to be there. She's completely irrelevant. She is there to show us a normal reaction. Y'all, occasionally we read Ruth 1 and we demonize Orpah, the same way we do with Gideon. We demonize her. We're like, she just gave up on Naomi and went home. Naomi told her to go home. Naomi begged her to go home. Naomi said, please choose to go home and live. What she did is normal. It's appropriate. What Ruth did is over the top generous. What we're going to see is that Boaz is over the top generous. And again, this narrator is going to build and build and build just to show us. Think about Ruth's speech. Every time she talks, she's like, you know what? Your people, my people, your God, my God. Wherever you go, I'm going to go. Wherever you die, I'm going to die there too. She's up in the ante. And so as as Naomi gets emptied, Ruth gets fuller. She's going to fill her more and more and more, okay? All right, anything else we need to know about the characters, the way that we perceive Ruth especially? What do we hear about her more specifically? Anything?
Just from what you just said about the things that Naomi said, can we make a bit of an assumption that, those sound like the laws of Israel, that Ruth had been under the teaching of those laws during the 10 years that she was there, and maybe, that attitude?
Very possible. It is very possible that she had been shaped by an Israelite perspective. What's interesting is by the narrator not telling us her husband taught her all about these things, it kind of, it takes away this idea that good deeds and right perspective belong to Israel, and bad deeds and bad perspective belong to Moab. By not being clear about how she got this information, it just clarifies that she had it. And it keeps us focused on her and that she just did it right. And so by not giving us that information, it keeps us from stripping her of any of the honor, frankly. She just did what she should have. And that's all we know. She did what she should have. What's also interesting here, let me ask you this. Is it really clear to us whether she worships Yahweh? Or the Lord, sorry. Yahweh in Hebrew. What about verse 17, sir, in the back? Okay. She does get Yahweh in there. Let's check this out. Where you die, I will die. There I will be buried. But may the Lord, and whenever you see the Lord in those all caps, that in Hebrew is the word Yahweh. And that was really terrible penmanship. Sorry. May Yahweh deal with me, but ever so severely, if even death separates you and me. And so what we have here is her actually invoking the covenant name of Yahweh. So whatever we can assume about what she knows, she at least knows enough to know this covenant God. The word Yahweh isn't just God, it is the God of Israel. And she knows that if she is going to convince Naomi of something, she at least is spiritually aware enough to know that that is the God she serves. So her faithfulness really does seem to be accentuated here, that she has a realistic picture of what it means when she says, your God will be my God. We could argue she's just saying that generally. Because remember, Naomi said, go home to your gods. So when Ruth says, your God will be my God, it's not so much that she's making this out of nowhere confession, she's repeating Naomi's words back to her. No, I'm going to use your God. So we could write that off, if not for this verse, where it's clear that she knows who Naomi's God is, and she's appealing to him. Okay? Like Rahab, we see a foreigner who has enough of an Israelite perspective of the world that we can really say this person understands what it means to be a covenant person. Okay? Anything else we need to know about Naomi? Yes, ma'am. Not dangerous. I actually regret using the word dangerous earlier because I don't ever want you to tiptoe around when you're reading your Bible. So what I should have said is something more like, it's natural. It's natural for us to fill in gaps. It's natural for us to kind of see the story through our eyes. It's natural for me to assume that Ruth is like me. It's natural for me to assume Naomi's like my mother-in-law. So danger, I shouldn't have used that word, but that's natural. Just like when I hear a story and I meet someone new and they tell me about their life, I already see it through my eyes. The only way I can really listen to that person and get to know them well is make sure that I let them talk. And I hear their words. I hear their story through their eyes so that I don't fill the gaps in with my personality. So whenever we're asking, can we assume, you are going to ask that 48,000 times a day when you are reading your Bible, especially when you're really trying to take it at its word. And it's a good question, and you can ask it all you want, and it can be part of your prayers as you get ready to read. God is really okay with us not quite knowing what to do. I find myself asking that questions. My seminary students are asking those questions. It's a good question. It's not dangerous. We are, by being embodied people, always going to assume other embodied people have our body until they tell us differently. So our major job when we come to these stories is to listen to them as well as we would listen to somebody we are getting to know on a date. We want to know who we're committing to, so we're listening carefully. We're listening carefully to the way they talk about their dreams and how many kids they want, because we want to make sure we also want 12 children. You know what I mean? And so we are kind of hanging on every word and making sure we are hearing their heart. We need to listen to the story just as attentively to make sure that we are listening to its heart and we're not projecting ourselves onto it. So is it a danger? No. We're just trying to overcome our own sinfulness and our own short-sightedness. Good question. Anything else we noticed? I mean, we're kind of flipping around here. Characterization, plot development. Let's get there. Are events described in chronological order? Who's the primary actor? Are any actions described in more detail than others? Where does the story slow or speed up? Any observations in that regard? Yeah, there is, especially because it happens twice. Twice we see them weeping out loud together. This is an emotional minute. And the fact that we heard it twice lets us know that, think about this. If nothing else, it shows us that Orpah cared about her. Remember how it would be really easy for us to treat Orpah like she just abandoned her? That narrative detail keeps us from doing that. She loved her too. Or she at least understood the gravity of the situation. There was enough of an emotional connection there that she could weep, just like Ruth did. In that action, they are the same. Again, that keeps us from demonizing her. They both care about Naomi. One did what makes sense. One did something that does not make any sense at all. except in the kingdom of God. What was that? One less mouth to feed. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have one less mouth to feed in that situation. My goodness. The mercy of people's generosity. Very few of us understand what that feels like. My guess is that in a room of this size, some of us do. All right. What else about plot development? Where does time slow and speed up? Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Oh, good. Sure. So you get the whole story. Everything unfolds. We got all this initial information about setting, right? We found out it was the time of the judges. Wouldn't it have made sense for us to be like, it was the time of the judges at the time of the year when the barley harvest was taken? But that's not the way that the plot unfolds. Instead, that piece of setting is saved until the very, 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 very end of the whole introduction. Why? Well, because it's going to be so important for what comes next. It sets us up, and it keeps in the forefront of our mind the most important detail from chapter 1. And guys, a barley harvest isn't just a temporal marker. Remember what we said? God visited his people. There was enough food for a harvest. That also tells us where we are in the moment of God's provision. There was enough food to harvest, praise God. For anybody who is farmed, harvest is a celebratory time. It's when you sit back and you recognize that you are 1,000% dependent on a God who brings rain, and 1,000% dependent on a God. I mean, we have, of course, technology and things that help that. So 1,000% is not only not a real number, but a little less true. But you know what I mean. Dependent on a God who literally brings this food forth from the ground. And that's the moment they're stepping in. They are stepping into a story of God's provision. Okay? Anything else about plot? Yes. So 2 different times we have Naomi speak up in 2 different settings to accentuate just how badly God has treated her. 2 different times. That also tells us something about Naomi. She's in a place where every group of people she encounters notices, and she tells them that God has really, really made life hard for her. And again, lest we are tempted to beat her up, think about the life she's lived. Like, my goodness, y'all, our hearts should be pouring out on the page. This woman has lost her children. She has lost every semblance of a life of security. She has nothing, and she has to be dependent on a society that has proven itself to be fickle at best. We have reason to hear her and say, girl, I get it. Like, we understand. But it's barley harvest, and may that change your perspective. We hope that the barley harvest will change her mind. Anything else? Ken, your hand was up. Yeah. That's exactly. Yeah. Exact, and a foreign daughter-in-law at best. In one sense, Ruth is just going to make her life harder. We don't know yet that Ruth is going to get up at the break of dawn and she's going to be the earner for the family. We don't know yet that. At this point, she's one more person that's dependent upon the generosity of strangers. But Ken's right that what she had, the rest of the narrative, is going to accentuate how Ruth is actually the mode by which Naomi will become full again. And that's what Naomi can't see yet. But by showing us the contrast in their perspectives, what has happened and how Naomi's interpreting it, we are expecting God to frustrate those expectations. okay? Now, you did highlight the fact that it says Ruth the Moabite, and for anybody who's read Ruth recently, or when you get there, from what I understand, it's coming after your series on Judges, so you'll hear more about this, I'm sure. Over and over and over again from this point forward, the narrator is going to call Ruth, Ruth the Moabite, or Ruth the Moabitess, depending on your translation. Over and over and over again, the author wants you to remember that she is a foreigner. Who are the most disadvantaged people in the entire society of Israel? Well, widows and foreigners. Cha-ching, we got a twofer. She is at the bottom of this societal structure. And she's a Moabite. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, good. Good. As we've said, just because a narrator sets somebody up according to certain expectations doesn't mean that that's what they want you to believe. Often they are going to raise our expectations so that someone can defy those expectations. Very common, especially with stories about women in the Hebrew Bible. And so when we meet Ruth, we are expecting very little from her. She is a Moabite. We are expecting her to be powerless. We are expecting her to be a drain on resources. We are expecting all of these things. But by the end of the book, the people are saying, may you be like Rachel. May you be like the matriarchs of Israel. They are praying that she will be remembered in the way that the Israelite matriarchs are. And you know what the very last part of this book will tell us? That she's King David's grandma. And you and I know that she's going to be in the line of Jesus. We are eventually going to find out that through this foreigner that should have been powerless, that should have known nothing about faithfulness, that should have been a sexual temptress, instead, she's the mode by which God quietly saved the world in the mundane action of keeping her family fed. That's it. She didn't fight battles. She didn't do oracles. She didn't do any of that. She lived a life quietly, faithfully, making sure that people could eat. And that is praised as gospel in this book. She is quietly faithful. Ruth is a book where we get to sit back and watch how mundane actions are life-changing. We know that eventually this is about kings. We know this is eventually about David, but notice that we don't get that genealogy until the end of the book. Why? Why does the narrator not tell us that this is about King David's family? Because he doesn't want us to think in terms of kings and rulers and nations. He wants us to think in terms of the life of faithful people so that when you read this book, you don't see somebody far removed from you. When I read about a king, I read about someone that has way more power and influence than I ever have. But when I read of a housewife that nobody expects anything of, I'm kind of like, girl, I get you. That feels like me. And then we can recognize, oh my goodness, God can do something with me too. Praise be. It's good work for all of us. Anything else we need to know? We talked a little bit about dialogue, who speaks, when do they speak. I know that we've kind of gotten into that dialogue quite a bit, and you guys have done a great job articulating how much Naomi's speeches in particular have told us about her, and then also how much Ruth's speeches have told us about her. Anything else that you guys noticed? I'm just going to open it up. Anything y'all have noticed from this first part that we need to focus on before we move on? I just got so excited I started preaching to you, so I know I kind of gave away the ending, but I just really got excited. This is my favorite book. Whew. They were happy to see Naomi. At least they were surprised. We see them murmuring. There's a stir. You know how it is in small towns. Somebody comes home, everybody knows about it. That's definitely the vibe we get. They're everybody was astir. And they seem happy to greet her, from what we can tell. But what's the question they ask her? Do you remember? Anybody? Is this Naomi? Something about her circumstances were so drastically altered that they could see it. I mean, at minimum, it's because she walked in without a husband. I mean, like, so we don't want to overread this. Her walking there alone with somebody they've never seen before is enough to show them that her circumstances have changed. But I really do think that the vibe is, you look a little rough. Like, what has happened? I saw a hand. Yes, ma'am. I love it.
So Naomi seems to blame God for what's happening to her.
Yeah.
God took it away. God healed it. God did this. So can we assume that she didn't see us leaving her sons married foreigners as something that they shouldn't have done?
That's a good question. So one of the questions we have to answer is, should we be upset that the Israelites married the Moabites in this story? I mean, on the one hand, we definitely have a lot of places in Scripture where it's quite clear that God says you really should be building Israelite homes. And yet, Rahab is integrated into the Israelite community, and in Jewish lore, she's considered to be the wife of Joshua. And I'm not saying that that's true. That's just an assumption that a lot of Jewish interpreters have made, but that tells us something about the Hebrew mindset. It shows us that that didn't strike them as unfaithful. So what is it? Sometimes it feels like there's two voices in the Old Testament. One that's like, oh, foreigners are dangerous, and the other one being like, but not all of them. And then we have to question constantly. It's hard work. When are we supposed to fault someone for doing that? Y'all, in Numbers, Moses has a foreign wife, and the people start speaking up and whining about her. They get like, they die for doing that. They literally are killed by God for complaining about his foreign wife. Okay, so being a foreigner isn't the issue, and yet Samson really seems to be faulted for going after Philistine women. So what is the story? It's complicated. And what Ruth is going to do is complicate those black and white things. We are going to have to start thinking about insiders and outsiders differently. Because what does Ruth show us? You can call me a Moabitess, but I'm going to live like an Israelite. And it seems like Israel was always about incorporating those who were ready to be covenant people. There is a mixed multitude that leaves Egypt. Othniel, best judge, not an Israelite. He was a Judahite leader, but he's not Israelite. He's a Canaanite. Okay? Yes, sir. You in the back. Whew. We're talking rural community. Hickville, frankly. So we really are talking a small, Bethlehem in our minds is like a booming metropolis because Jesus was from there. You know what I mean? Like, it's important to the story, so we turn Bethlehem into like the center of the ancient world. It's not. Okay? So it's a small little community. It's still important that it's Judahite. In the time of the judges, that Judah is still like they generally are faithful folks. Ken, is this getting at what you were trying to get at? Yeah. 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 20 families is actually a very good number. You've done some good research on this. That's very accurate, Ken. He told me to tell you that. He told me. He paid me to say that. Woo! I'm going to be so caffeinated this afternoon. So we're talking little farming community, okay? Now, think about that. Little farming community just got 2 more mouths to feed. They are not the place with like a bunch of extra welfare resources built up, okay? Farming community. Anything else we need to address from this first chapter? I recognize I only barely answered your question. Let me come back to it. As to the wives, I would argue that it's interesting. The fact that they marry Moabite women at least says that this idea of Israel coming into the promised land and really establishing a presence there has failed. And I would argue that most of the rhetoric, especially in the book of Judges, about not marrying foreign women, it's not so much that foreigners are bad, it's that don't let ideas, non-Israelite ideas, shape your life and your activities. That's the bottom line. when Solomon gets in trouble for all of his foreign wives, it's not because they're foreign, it's because they taught him to worship other deities. And so the question is, who was being worshiped in this household? Sounds like Ruth was worshiping Yahweh. So it could be that that's not I would at least say the narrator doesn't want us to focus on that. The focus is that what little they had, they don't have anymore. There's still a question of how wrong is Naomi? How wrong is Naomi to blame God for this? I mean, the curses in the Pentateuch and the way that we read the Old Testament, God is a God orchestrating events. It's the hopelessness. It's the hopelessness that the story pushes back on. It's the missing what's so good because she's so saturated in bitterness that she's so saturated in that she can't see beyond where she is. We have this fatal flaw where we define God's work by our experience of it. That is what she is doing. She is minimizing God's work in the world to her experience of it. So she's missing what God is doing. I saw some hands over here and some waving hands, like wildly waving to get my attention. So I'm so sorry if you've had to raise your hand a while. Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's right to say that the narrator never lets her set the perspective. Part of what we are questioning is Naomi's view of the world right now? And the narrator is very subtly being like, no, I'm going to keep calling you Naomi because I know how this story ends. Now, on some level, that might also just be the narrator making sure we know who we talk about. And yet, in the story of Gideon, he's introduced as Gideon, but then his name switches to Jerubbaal. So a narrator can take those cues and roll with them, and this narrator chose not to. Why? Perhaps because it's a subtle challenge of the way she's interpreting her story. Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't think so. If she were a Jewish wife, there's so many if-thens here. If she were a Jewish wife, she would have family that could support her. So what she asked the girls to do is socially appropriate. Go back to the home. By saying go back to your mother's home, this is a cultural snippet you might not know. To say the house of your mother is actually really rare. Usually you say go back to the house of your father, the Beit Av, the house of your father, but she says go back to the house of your mother. The phrase house of your mother is a phrase that is used in contexts that talk about marriageable women. Go back to a state of where you're under your mother's care until you get married again. So her saying, go back to your mother's home is a way of saying go back and get married again. So if she were Israelite, she would have that setting. She would have somewhere else to go. And so I don't know that she would have been required to stick with it. Still, in that setting, would have been appropriate for her to go back to that family. She might have, in that situation, brought Naomi with her rather than have left her. So that would have been a potential difference with her being an Israelite. And so her being a foreigner, again, means she adds no value in worldly terms to Naomi's situation, only potentially a detriment in terms of societal measurements. Any last minute observations or questions? Yes, sir. Yeah. It is so seldom that we hear the stories of women. In fact, when I teach Hebrew grammar, in Hebrew, nouns and verbs have like a masculine and a feminine gender. It's a gendered language. When I teach them how to find these feminine forms of verbs, I have to take all the verbs from Ruth because it's like there's so few other places in the Hebrew Bible that women do anything. Which is why I get so mad when we make this book about David. Let this book be about Ruth for a hot minute. This is a story about a widow and a foreign woman. And that's important. It's important. In feminist criticism, whatever you think about that, I'm not just let that sit there. I regret saying it even. But one of the tests in movies to decide if they're like feminist or not is to decide if there's scenes where only women interact with each other. Because part of what you're supposed to be gauging is whether women have an independent importance other than just somebody to prop up a man in the story. Book of Ruth passes that test. They're not just there as ornaments. The story is about them. It is striking. It's so striking reading the Hebrew Bible when you get to Ruth. It's just a different feel. For the women in the room, you probably feel the difference. We don't notice it. But women, whenever they read the Old Testament, we have this like extra step of context we have to take. Because when we see David, he's like us, but not quite like us. But when we see Ruth, she's a little bit more like us. I don't know, as female interpreters, I just feel like it feels, and for the men in the room, sometimes it might feel it might be hard sometimes to see yourself in Ruth and Naomi, because they're a little more different from you than some of the other male characters are. It can be a challenge. The men in my seminary class always highlight that. Like, it's just a little bit weird to get into Naomi's head. I can't get into her head like I can get into Jonathan's head or David's head. It's different. Other things, observations or questions. All right, is it here yet? Cool. All right, yes, sir. Great question. So let's think about that. At one point, here, let me go up there. That's a great point. I'm glad you, let's see. Okay, they married, the names of his two, okay, they went to, notice verse 1. A man from Bethlehem in Judah, together with his wife and 2 sons, went to live a while in the country of Moab. The Hebrew word there, it's sojourn. The Hebrew word there means temporary stay. They went just to escape the famine. But look how the story unfolds. All of a sudden, we find that they got married there, they stayed there 10 years, and they lived there. Lived is a word in Hebrew that means permanent settlement. It's what you do in Israel when you conquer the land. So what it's accentuating is that the goal was to temporarily escape the famine and come right on home. What happens instead? They settled there. So it is accentuating this element of how wrong things are when people are settling outside of the promised land rather than settling in the promised land. So it really helps us to see what they intended to be a short stay just wasn't that. We all know that. We all have seen that happen in real life, where we expect something to be a workaround and then all of a sudden it becomes our world. And that's what we see happen here. Anything else? Yes, sir. Yeah, Elimelech. Oh, that's so good. I love that. Elimelech in Hebrew, Elimelech, means my God is king. Means my God is king. Abimelech's name in Judges means my father is king. Keep that in mind. That'll be a good sermon. Ken will get there for you. But Elimelech means my God is king. So it's a standard Israelite name. But I do think you're right that when you're reading Judges and we find out there was no king in Israel, at least part of what Judges seems to be hinting at is that not even God was being treated as king. Because we hear Gideon say, I can't be your king, God is your king. But by the end of the book, we are like, these people are not acting like God is their king. So when we find Elimelech, we hear this is an Orthodox Israelite man. So I would say that's what that's doing. But I do think canonically, we could argue that's kind of an important statement. Here's what's interesting, though. Ruth is not always here in Old Testament manuscripts. In many Old Testament manuscripts, Ruth follows Proverbs, right? And in that case, we read Proverbs 31 right before the book of Ruth. We read all about a wife of noble character right before we read the book of Ruth. So it's really interesting to see how the book, depending on where it's placed, it gives us a slightly different significance. In the end, the same, but we kind of hear it in a different light, depending on if you were reading your Bible from beginning to end, where you'd run into it. Anything else? Absolutely. Good point. So this gentleman has highlighted for us the fact that as much as we can fault Naomi for her view of the world, she's still talking about Yahweh. So we, between her statement and Ruth's, have no reason to assume that they've kind of fell to the syncretism of Moab. They may have made a poor choice. They may have been in a place of desperation. But as far as we can tell, this was a standard Orthodox Israelite family. Okay? One marred by bitter circumstances and perhaps, and see, here's why that's important. Again, it reminds us that the people with faulty perspectives aren't always non-Bible people. They're not always non-Israelites. They're not always not church people. We, as Bible-believing, Jesus-following Christians, also can walk around with a faulty perception of God. We know he's the one doing it. We know we're supposed to credit him, but we can misinterpret what's going on. If only we had a narrator. If only. I saw a hand. Was that a hand?
Enough that she uses another word for God in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
uses Yahweh
exactly.
and the Almighty.
Yeah, that's right. And the Almighty, the fact that she mentions the Almighty is important because the Almighty is the standard name for the God of the patriarchs. So it's reminding us that she sees him as the same God who did all that Genesis business. Okay? So she's used words that have different nuances. Okay? Yes, question. Yeah.
And they're Moabites, so I wouldn't imagine that the Moab culture did the same thing.
Sure.
As far as marrying brothers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and this is important for us to remember that the Israelite law isn't in a vacuum. So a lot of the ways that the women are cared for aren't totally outside of the realm of what we would see in the ancient Near East. So the fact that there's like a patriarch that cares for a family, that's a standard ancient Near Eastern construct. Also, and this is standard both in the ancient Near East and in Israel, when a woman leaves her family, she really becomes part of that new family. And so for her to follow those customs and everything would be pretty standard. Though the gleaning and the way that God cared for the women, I'm not trying to say that isn't unique, but I am saying that that patriarchal system is pretty ubiquitous in the ancient world. And in fact, Israel's is a lot more generous than its neighbors. So frankly, their best chance of receiving generosity is going to be in Israel. And that's the assumption that Naomi's running with. You are right that if they went home, she's then sending them back to not Israel, but she still thinks they'll have a better chance because, again, she's not sure whether people will welcome the Moabite women appropriately. She recognizes that tension, and she's pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly. That's good. That's what Naomi means. Did you catch that? That's good. I'll be here all day with puns. All day. We good? All right, I'm going to save the practical steps. We'll do that after lunch because you look like a people who could eat. And I've been told that is, in fact, something we can do now. So, I don't know, maybe we'll pick it up at like 12:45-ish. That's not too long, right? Let's do 12:45. That'll give you all time to talk, get yourselves back in the zone, and then I'm going to start like right at 12:45. So be ready. And we will get into the rest of our stuff because that only gives us an hour 15. Yeah, so we'll need to move. Now I'm actually second guessing that instruction. He said 12:30. What do you guys feel? This is 1,000% Cade's fault if you don't like that timing. Cade is calling the shots now. I'm going to split the difference, y'all. We are coming back at 12:35. We're doing it, 12:35, people. We're starting, 12:35. I'm sorry?
is your faithfulness to me. From the rising sun to the setting same, I will praise your name. Great is your faithfulness to me. God from age to age, though the earth may pass away, your word remains the same. Oh, presence fill me now as I wait upon you now. This is holy, this is holy ground. You are holy, you are holy God. This is holy, this is holy ground. You are holy, and you are with me now. Oh, 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 my heart cries holy. Oh, oh, my heart cries holy. This is holy, this is holy ground. You are holy, you are holy God. This is holy, this is holy ground. You are holy, you are with me now. take courage again. will bless you in the feast. When I'm standing in your victory, when I'm on my knees, I will praise you with the rising and the setting sun. You're gonna catch me singing when the springtime comes. This story has an empty grave. This story has an empty grave, yeah. Jesus, the process is a mystery, but your promise never fades. This story has an empty grave. We will be walking through the fire and dancing on the waves. This story has an empty grave. Oh, and I will trust you in the failing. I will bless you in the feast. When I'm standing in your victory, when I'm on my knees, and I will praise you with the rising and the setting sun. You're gonna catch me singing when the springtime comes. You've been gone for a long time. You're the final word, you're the finish line. Everything's gonna be alright. You've been God for a long time. You've been God for a long time. You're the final word, you're the Jesus red stands to save me, full of pity, love and power. I will arise and go to Jesus. He will embrace me in his arms. In the arms of my dear Savior. Oh, there are 10,000 charms. Come ye thirsty, come and welcome. God's free bounty, glorify. True belief and true repentance, every grace that brings you nigh. Come ye weary, heavy laden, lost and ruined by the fall. If you tarry till you're better, you will never come at all. I will rise and go to Jesus. He will embrace me in his arms. In the arms of my dear Savior. Oh, there are 10,000 charms. Feeling prostrate in the garden, on the ground your maker lies, on the bloody tree behold him. Sinner, will this not suffice? Though incarnate, God ascended, please the merit of his blood. Venture holy, let no other trust in you. I will arise and go to Jesus. He will embrace me in his arms. In the arms of my dear Savior. Oh, there are 10,000 charms. I will
let her start very quickly, but I want to just let you know when Michelle is finished, we have to set up in here for tomorrow, which doesn't look like this normally. So when we're finished, if we could get everybody to help us out a bit, what we need to do is move the chairs just a little bit away, enough that we can take the round tables down to the youth room, to the venue. So round tables need to go down there. Michael will guide how many we need there. Once we get the venue filled with the round tables for tomorrow's home church leaders meeting, then the rest of them will go in the closet where the tables go. If you've done this before, you know. And then Robert and I will be in here to help us set up the chairs. So chairs are going to have to come in from out in the hallways, but then we'll set chairs up in here for tomorrow. So if we can get everybody to help us with that a little bit. If you got to leave, we understand, but if you can stay around for just a little bit and help us get ready for tomorrow, that would be great. Michelle, this has been a ton of fun.
Okay.
Thank you. So glad you're going to be here tomorrow. She's going to be here tomorrow, too.
Part 2.
Yeah. All right. It's all yours.
All right. I have to share with you just how much of a joy it is to be here. I am on sabbatical this semester, which is where I feel like I'm on a break, but I'm not really, because I have like a gajillion things to write, and I'm responsible for getting them all done. But at heart, I am a teacher, and so I'm out of the classroom all semester, and that can be kind of a drag. So it's nice to be with y'all. It reminds me why I'm writing and why all of this matters. So I'm glad that you guys gave me that opportunity. Since we ended up needing to give you a little bit more time for lunch, and I want to make sure we get all the stuff in, I'm actually going to skip ahead to what I've labeled part 6. So there's like a little review activity that I'm going to skip because you guys asked some questions already, and there's some practical application that I'll tag back on at the end. And so we're going to go ahead and get into Judges, do this, and then we'll close with some of those other things, okay? My goal here is to say, okay, so we've learned how narratives work. Oh, I'm sorry, one more aside. If you just got your food, and even if you're just a slow eater, please eat. It doesn't offend me at all. Do what you got to do, okay? So back to this, yes. We've talked about how narratives work in general. We want to take that and apply it to Judges. I'm not going to talk a ton about all of the content of Judges, but I do want to make sure that we are ready to watch for the narrative cues we get in that book that are unique to that book, that we're clear on what the context is and we're clear on how it's working kind of as a whole. Again, Ken is going to unpack that for you week after week in the coming weeks, and you'll have a better idea of that going forward. But hopefully I can give you a foundation that's just going to help that be clearer, and then as you read to prepare for that series, you'll be doing so in a hopefully in a well-guided fashion. Okay? So let's talk first about context. We said that's generally where we start. In context, we've got to understand what's going on. So historically, we can talk about a lot of things, and perhaps the easiest way would be for me to kind of remind you where this is in the story of ancient Israel. We have had the wilderness wanderings. That's primarily reported in the book of Numbers, that we have down in the wilderness area. In this wilderness area, we have seen the people be really unfaithful, incredibly unfaithful. And in fact, most of that generation dies off. And we have this new generation rise up, and we say, I hope it's going to be better with them, okay? And they end up being the generation that we end up seeing in Joshua, okay? So we'll talk about that in a second. In Deuteronomy, the people have moved all the way from the wilderness up to what's called the plains of Moab. It's technically not Moab, but that's another story. But they're up there near Mount Nebo, and that's where they're looking over the Jordan, and they're like about to go in the land. And Deuteronomy has so many echoes in Judges, because Deuteronomy is not only just a law, because we get law in Exodus, we get law in Leviticus, but Deuteronomy is specifically oriented to re-articulating that law so as to explain how life in the land will work. It's constantly, when you get into the land, here's how it's going to work. As you're there, and when you're living among the Canaanites, this is what you've got to do. It's very oriented toward this one phase in their history and how difficult it's going to be. And so when we are trying to understand how Judges works, we have to understand that Deuteronomy has prepared us to evaluate everything that's happening. Deuteronomy has laid out for us, here's how things are going to go. Here's what you've got to do. And we have a very well-defined body of literature that we can evaluate their actions against. And Deuteronomy talks a lot about how they're going to drive out the people of the land. And that's a complicated subject, and I understand. I hate to disappoint you. We're not going to talk about that now. I'll talk about that a little bit in the leaders' meeting tomorrow for those who will be here, but hopefully that'll be something that comes up in your home churches. Is that right? Home church? Home group? Small group? All right. Ken will take care of that. I'll let him sort out the conquest for you. But Deuteronomy is where we get a lot of those expectations. We've got Joshua, where they kind of initially come into the land of Canaan, and it's kind of a happy picture, y'all. Joshua is triumphant. It's Marvel movie type kind of narration. Action-oriented, everything's good. It's upbeat music throughout, okay? It's a great story. That's what we've got in Judges, or in Joshua, and everything looks good. When we get into Judges, of course, things start to deteriorate. We had that initial success, and then Judges is showing us, no, things aren't so great anymore. And this is, of course, coming right before the rise of the monarchy, which we get in Samuel and Kings, etc. So we're in this in-between phase when they've started to realize all the promises to Abraham. They have finally started. They are a multitude of people. They are setting up a system that will allow them to follow God's rule. They are living in his place. But we start to see things fall apart, and Judges really focuses there. And in fact, when we start to talk about this context and we say, where does Judges fit into this unfolding story, it kind of can feel like it fits poorly when we read it after Joshua. Joshua is so positive. If we read it too quickly, we can set up this is not what I'm advocating, we can set up this false dichotomy. Where, in fact, depending on what you read, and if you engage with biblical studies outside of Christian circles, you will hear people say that the Old Testament's full of contradictions. For example, Joshua says the conquest was successful. Judges says it was unsuccessful, the competing perspectives. And in some cases, that's really what it feels like. Joshua was like, and then God gave them the whole land. Yay! And Judges is like, they really actually didn't conquer very much. So what do we do with that? And yet, if we pay attention carefully to the way that the book of Judges begins, it helps us handle this really, really well. If you look at the first chapter of Judges, all of the portions that are highlighted in yellow are quotations or stories borrowed from Joshua. The information there that talks about the conquest not working well isn't new information. It's expanded information. What Judges does is picks up the story from Joshua, and it says, Joshua did say that everything was going well, but every now and again we'd get a little note but they couldn't drive people out of this area. And then we'd see some more success, but they didn't get the people on the plain because they had chariots of iron, and then it goes on. Those notes are what Judges starts with, and then shows how what was starting in the Joshua period, when we started to see this glimmer that Israel was unfaithful, comes to fruition in Judges and becomes the norm. The norm of faithfulness in Joshua gives way to the norm of unfaithfulness in Judges. Are they competing images? No, they're just more nuanced. In fact, it might be better to say, I don't know what that was, that the conquest was initially successful in Joshua, but the conquest was ultimately incomplete. That would be another way to kind of discuss the differences between these books. Joshua is about entering into the land and kind of securing their grip on these key important places, starting this process. Judges laments that they didn't finish what they started. They just didn't follow through. That's why it's after the death of Joshua is the way that Judges begins. After that period of faithfulness, things deteriorated. Okay? So rather than seeing them as competing, we're just seeing more nuance. This is the Hebrew Bible all over the place, y'all. The Old Testament very rarely makes nuanced statements. Instead, it will juxtapose two opposing extremes and tell you to sort out the paradox. It's just the narration style of the whole Old Testament. Instead of saying, a Moabite can absolutely be part of the Israelite community if they agree to covenant faithfulness. It doesn't say that anywhere. Instead, it says, no Moabite in the assembly in Deuteronomy, and then we have the book of Ruth. It sets those two pictures up, and your job is to know the Bible and to know God well enough to start to sort out how those two things can coexist. Joshua and Judges works that way. Okay? Another way of articulating what's going on in these two books is to recognize, if we read more closely in Joshua, it's only barely about Israel's success. In fact, at every turn, God and Joshua both are saying God was the one that brought victory. Even at the end of the book of Joshua, where he gives his grand appeal to everybody to be faithful, he says, God, let no one stand before you. The implication is you won battles because God did it before you even got to the battlefield. Joshua says to us, God was faithful, and it whispers, but Israel wasn't always. By contrast, Judges screams, Israel was not faithful, and whispers, but God always was. All throughout, it whispers that. And in fact, whispers is kind of underestimating just how much Judges emphasizes God's faithfulness. But the highlight is the unfaithfulness of the people. That's how these two things can coexist. How at the one hand there can be success, and on the other hand there can be failure. Because there's two people in the story. One who's really good at being successful and one who fails. Okay? So that gives us a little bit of context for what we're expecting. But there's even a little bit more than that. At the end of Joshua, I'm going to read to you from Joshua 23. Joshua 23, 6 through 13. Yeah. Here we go. Joshua 23, 6 through 13. Be very strong. Be careful to obey all that's written in the book of the law of Moses without turning aside to the right or to the left. Do not associate with the nations that remain among you. Do not invoke the names of their gods or swear by them. You must not serve them or bow down to them. But you are to hold fast to the Lord your God as you have until now. The Lord has driven out before you great and powerful nations. To this day, no one has been able to withstand you. One of you routs 1,000 because the Lord your God fights for you, just as he promised. So be very careful to love the Lord your God. But if you turn away and ally yourselves with the survivors of those nations that remain among you, and if you intermarry with them and associate with them, then you may be sure that the Lord your God will no longer drive out these nations before you. Instead, they will become snares. Remember when we saw that in the Gideon story? It's the same Hebrew word. It's the fulfillment of this promise. They will become snares and traps for you, whips on your backs and thorns in your eyes until you perish from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. At the end of Joshua, he lays it out for them. There are 3 things you don't do. You don't live among the Canaanites. You don't intermarry with them, and you don't worship their gods. Within 1 chapter of the book of Judges, well, let's say 2 chapters of the book of Judges, we find out those are the 3 things that have characterized the Judges period. The Judges period is them doing exactly what Joshua warned they wouldn't do. Right after this, the people are like, we would never. They've done that before. They did that in Exodus too. We would never, right before they built the golden calf. We would never. And so whenever Israel says, we would just never disobey like that, you should be skeptical. So we are setting out from the beginning, expecting all of the things God said in Joshua to take place, where he says, I'm no longer going to drive out everybody before you. This is where he says, part of my job is to come before you and to kind of soften things, to begin this conquest. Your job is to follow through. And that's what he stops doing in the Judges period. And in Judges chapter 2, he's going to kind of lay that out. He says, I'm going to let these people stay, and it's going to make it very difficult for you. Okay? All right. So let's talk just a little bit about the narrator in Judges. The narrator in Judges is so forthright and evaluative. We talked about this a little bit already when we were comparing it with the beginning of Ruth, where we had fewer evaluative statements, and we were having to make more implicit judgment about characters through their dialogue in particular. Here, we're going to have forthright and evaluative narrator, but he will become gradually more subtle in the way that he inspects his characters and evaluates them. So, for example, in one of the most gruesome stories in the book of Judges, which involves the Levite and his concubine in Judges 19, we do not get a single explicit statement from the narrator evaluating it as inappropriate. Later on, there's a part where they talk about nothing this heinous has ever been done in Israel. And so we get a little bit of an evaluation there, but it's not from the narrator in the same way. But all the way through the book of the first part of Judges, we have, and then the Israelites did evil. Why don't we have that there? As the story unfolds, the evil becomes so clear that the narrator stops commenting on it. He just lets it sit there because it's so obvious that it's heinous. If we're not careful and watching some of the other more subtle evaluative techniques in that part of the book, we can start to think that the God who was calling evil earlier on, if he's being silent, then he must think this stuff is okay. And that can be terrifying because some awful stuff happens back there. And so we need to make sure we recognize that one narrator, he can, for rhetorical purposes, change the way he evaluates characters. And in that back half of the book, what we get a lot more of is like echoes of Scripture. For example, that story about the Levite and the concubine, it uses the story of Sodom and Gomorrah to make its point. Sodom and Gomorrah, the exact same thing happens, where there's a visitor to a town, there's an attempted gang rape, but 2 angels rescue the victims. Judges 19, that exact same sequence unfolds, except there's no rescue. That tells us something. Judges is going to use those sorts of echoes. Judges 11 with Jephthah killing his daughter actually has a lot of echoes of the Abraham narrative, where he is asked to kill Isaac. Judges 17 and 18, which is the story of a Levite, it like walks through a portion of Deuteronomy and he breaks like every rule in that section. So it's assuming that we know a little bit about the rest of the Bible and assuming that it's going to be easy for us to evaluate this based on what we know of God and what he expects from other portions of Scripture. Another evaluative technique we'll see the narrator opt for, especially in the back half of Judges, is more irony. This starts early, though. We're going to see irony and we're going to see contrast. In the same way that I talked about how Jonathan's main job in the story of Samuel is to not be Saul. Jonathan is there to show us that what Saul is doing is completely inappropriate. That same kind of contrast is going to show up at certain times in Judges, but another kind of thing we'll see is this reversal of societal expectations. So in Judges 4 with Jael, for example, Jael is a civilian housewife who slays a Canaanite general. In this situation, we should not see this vulnerable woman end up being the victor. The really strong Canaanite general should do that. And so by putting these 2 characters next to each other, it's evaluating them. It is showing us that in the world's eyes, Sisera is strong, but in the eyes of God and his people, he is weak. Okay? And so those more subtle techniques will kind of take over as the book goes on. All right? Let's keep going. The setting in Judges is going to, as to the actual place, I mean, like we're in the land, sure, and each of the different narratives geographically are going to kind of be situated in different part of the land, and it's worth watching, people, because we're going to find that certain parts of Israel are more faithful, certain parts of Israel start to kind of rear their head as problematic, and so that's worth keeping track of. I'm sure Ken will highlight that. But another issue of setting is in the same way that the book of Ruth set itself up for us to think about family by setting up kind of all of those relationships right at the beginning, the book of Judges, right at the beginning, in this introductory part, in these first 3 chapters, it's going to establish a pattern. These first, well, it's actually 2 chapters and like 6 verses. So in these first 2.5 chapters, we get an outline for what we should expect for the rest of the book. It's kind of a pattern that characterizes the whole period. In the middle section, we see that pattern kind of play itself out. By the way, this diagram is in your notes if you're scrambling to write it down. In the middle, we see this pattern just kind of deteriorate. We see it kind of repeated and then come to fruition. And then in the end, we see the epitome of that pattern, okay? But the introduction gives us that pattern. It gives us something to watch for. It gives us expectations, and it gives us interpretive cues for how to understand the events going forth. So for example, we find in these first chapters that Israel is increasingly unsuccessful in neutralizing Canaanite influence. Did you hear how I said that? I didn't say in exterminating the Canaanites. I said neutralizing Canaanite influence. This is not a book about killing Canaanites. This is a book about making sure that their primary alliance was with Yahweh. That's what this book cares about. Increasingly unsuccessful in neutralizing Canaanite influence. Notice that all the bad guys are kings. It's interested in power structures and unsettling those power structures. We also are told that this is a generation of theological ignorance. It tells us that Joshua died, and the generation that knew Joshua, they died. All of the elders that outlived Joshua, they passed. And then arose a generation who knew neither Yahweh nor the work that he had done for Israel. This is someone who hadn't seen the Exodus. This is someone who hadn't seen the conquest in the early parts of Joshua. All of a sudden, we have, for the most part, we have Othniel in there and stuff, but for the most part, we now have folks who haven't seen God mightily fight battles and rescue his people. They don't know that firsthand. And it seems like there was a failure of people to pass that message along. We also have a cue that God is going to repeatedly call his people back. He's going to attempt to persuade them toward covenant faithfulness. Notice, so far, I haven't said this is a book about God punishing his people for their unfaithfulness. We can read it that way, yeah? They continually messed up. God sent them somebody to oppress them. And then he saved them because he had mercy on them. And it turns into this fickle God who gets angry, and then they whine, and so he saves them. And then he gets angry and he whines, so he saves them. And then it talks about God's wrath. I'm not pretending that emotional language is not there. But ultimately, as you read chapter 2 of Judges, and I'll show you some specifics in a minute, the way it highlights the book, the way it frames the book, is a God who desperately wants to make sure that this people is united with him in purpose. And what he does is whenever they stray from that, he grabs their attention by sending an oppressor. Because something about being in need jars them back to reality, and they cry out to him again. This is a redemptive move on his part. It is, of course, there's punishment, and of course, that hardship is a testament to their unfaithfulness. But ultimately, it is God desperately trying to win his people back. Because he knows, even in Deuteronomy, he's like, y'all are going to get into the land, and you're going to get fat and happy. You're going to be well fed, and you're going to sit back and be like, look at this great conquest we did. This was awesome. And you're going to forget that I'm the one that saved you, and that I am the good God. And that's what we start to see happening. They got in, and they didn't take seriously that their one devotion needed to be to Yahweh. And he's going to have to jar their memory. But we even get a purpose statement. We get a purpose statement in Judges that gives us a lot of clarity. So let's see. I'm going to do this backwards. Let me start with the purpose statement, and then I'll come back up to 2. So in chapter 3, we have, these are the nations the Lord left to test. These are the nations the Lord left to test all the Israelites who had not experienced any of the wars in Canaan. He did this to teach, second purpose, to test, to teach warfare to the descendants of Israel who had not had previous battle experience. Now, I'm a little bit annoyed because I don't love that translation, but we're doing with what we can. What this actually says is who did not know. Not who hadn't experienced. It says who didn't know war. Why is this important? Well, we have just met a generation who didn't know all of the good stuff God has done. God didn't do this to teach people battle tactics. That's the way this sounds, yeah? Surely that's part of it. If they're going to be a nation, they have to know how to fight. So obviously that's a part of it. But does that sound like the God we know, that this is just about gearing them up for war? But look at the way it says, to test all of those Israelites. And then in verse 4, they are left to test the Israelites to see whether they would obey the Lord's commands, which he had given their ancestor through Moses. So he is setting them up in these situations that are going to be difficult. He's going to show them what he can do, and then he's going to see how they can respond. He's going to show them how mighty his victories are, and then he's going to see how they respond. Does God know what's going to happen? Of course he does. So what does it mean for God to test? It means for God to show them. It means for God to make obvious what is implicit. It means for God to kind of have a witness. He actually talks about that. There's a couple places in the Pentateuch and in these early historical books where he says, I'm going to write this down as a witness against you for later when you don't follow through. He does that with the Song of Moses at the end of Deuteronomy. He says, teach them the song so that when all these things happen to them, they have it as a witness. That's God's way of saying, look back at your own history. You've got to trust what I'm saying. Exactly what I told you would happen happened. And that's what this testing looks like. It's a way of God saying, if you don't drive out the nations, they will be a snare. And so now he's going to prove it. Let me show you what it's like. I'm going to put you in that situation and show you how difficult it's going to be faithful so that you understand why I asked you to do this thing in the first place. This was a revelatory experience. It was about teaching them something. These people who had not known, who had lived in, so the past generation had seen all the great things, but then in verse 10, who knew neither the Lord nor what he had done for Israel. So that know language is key for us. This was about them knowing God and the kind of Savior he was. The whole book of Exodus, people, the whole book of Exodus, its theme is so that you will know Yahweh. Why did the plagues happen? So that the Egyptians would know. Why did I rescue you? So that you would know. Why do I give you these laws? So that you will know. Why did I do these things? So that the world would know. That so that you may know statement is all over Exodus. God acts mightily to reveal himself to us, to give us the opportunity to respond appropriately. The whole law is set up as a response to God's saving action. We are motivated to the kind of covenant fidelity that God requires when we recognize the import of the salvation we've received. We know that experientially. On the spiritual level, these people saw it in a very concrete way. That when they understood those saving things, the law is just an expression of gratitude. This is the proper gracious response to somebody who has so graciously saved us. So what's going to happen when this generation doesn't know about that gracious salvation? They're not going to be motivated to obey. And so the book of Judges is not just about punishing a disobedient generation. It's about chronicling how that theological short-sightedness leads to apostasy. It's about how when they don't remember how mightily God saved them, we watch them fall apart. It's about watching how many times God proved his might and they missed it. Just like you and I can sit around saying, God, what have you done for us lately? Like Gideon. Gideon becomes a microcosm for all of the Israelites of the period. We miss what God is doing because we haven't been trained. We haven't been trained to watch it. Now, y'all have been trained, obviously, because Ken is teaching you every Sunday. So you guys are like a theologically astute generation, I can only assume. But for the rest of us who are trying our best, we really can suffer from that same kind of spiritual short-sightedness, okay? Characters and judges. The whole narrative really ends up being a narrative about Yahweh, about his covenant people, and then about everyone else who's vying for their loyalty. It ends up being this triangle. Almost in every story, we see these same three people kind of highlighted. Why do I say that to you? You are going to read stories about Ehud. You're going to read stories about Jephthah, and they are important, and those narratives have their own core that Ken is going to bring out for you, and they are crucial. But all of those continue to speak to this overarching problem. Will people side with God, or will they side with someone else? That is the question. How will this triangle happen? Are they going to choose God, or are they going to choose somebody else? That's always been the question. Deuteronomy was always about two ways. You can follow me and have life. You can reject me and experience curse. Follow me. Don't ally with the other nations. Okay? The characters in Judges are very stereotyped and abstracted. Gideon is a rounder character. Samson's rounder. Jephthah even is fairly round. But up until then, most of our characters are stereotypes. That's going to make it hard, especially for those of us who engage with stories because we understand the characters, we understand their motivations, and they're engaging characters. It's going to be hard for you because you don't know as much about these characters. The early part of Judges is a little bit more about action. The roundest character in the earliest parts of Judges are just kind of Israel as a group. They have their ups and downs. But we don't know much about Ehud. We know like nothing about Othniel, except that he did what he was supposed to. That's it. We don't know anything else about him. So engaging in this story is about watching God. It's about him trying to vie for the affections of his people, trying to convince them that he is the strength that they want. Okay? And again, Judges 2, which I highlighted parts of it for you, it gives a whole sequence of exactly what we can expect from the Israelites. And we want to watch for that. That's going to help us understand these narratives going forward. And actually, I'm going to show you what I mean by that now. As we get into plot, that'll help us understand this. So again, if I go back to that diagram that kind of, there are a lot of different ways that people word this, and Ken might even introduce slightly different terminology, and that's great because it'll probably highlight some of the things that he wants to highlight along the way. But this is just another way of construing the contents. In this early part, we get an outline of the plot we can expect in each of the individual stories. We get an outline in Judges 2 that tells us these basic things. They abandoned Yahweh, so Yahweh sent them into, raiders or plunderers. He gave them over to those folks. They were in great distress, and then Yahweh would raise up judges to save them. That's the backbone for the rest of the book of Judges. Chapter 2 teaches us what we should expect from the plot going forward so that when the plot shifts, we know that something out of the ordinary has happened. All of a sudden, we're going to come to stories where that's not exactly how it went down. All of a sudden, we're going to see that God's not raising up deliverers anymore. What happened? So by setting those expectations for us in this introductory section, the narrator is drawing us attention, setting expectations so that he can either satisfy those expectations or defy them, okay? We'll see these play out in each of the narratives about the judges. He will do these 4 basic things, and actually this cycle can have as many as 9, depending on who you're reading. So I gave you 4. There could be 7. There's like a gajillion different ways we can articulate it. But these same basic characteristics come throughout. But there's another element to the plot that's important. Not only do these things happen, but we get one other plot kind of information bit in this part that I want you to hear. Later on, in verse 19, we are told that they returned to ways even more corrupt than those of their ancestors. Upping the ante in terms of corruption is the story of Judges. So not only do we get these cycles, but it's not like they just kind of stay. It is a cycle of deterioration. The introduction is telling us to expect things to get worse. What does that mean for you when you're reading Judges 21? Are you expecting a good story? No. Even just its placement in the book is telling you what to expect as you read it. The fact that that terrible thing happens to the concubine in Judges 19 rather than Judges 2 shows you how God feels about it. It's an element of that deteriorating cycle. So that's going to affect the way you read these stories. All right? All right, let's keep going. I'll show you. This is, as I look at these cycles and kind of the way they show up in the book, I would highlight that we start out with fairly positive examples, fairly positive stories, where these early cycles are a little bit less about demonizing the judges. That's going to happen later. And a little bit more of just showing, look, God saves. Remember I said a lot of this is revelatory. They need to see God's might the way that other generations had seen God's might. These early narratives, we get that. We're going to see largely positive judges that do what they're supposed to. Then we're going to meet Gideon, and we've already given Gideon a very hard time. But Gideon is going to be sort of transitional in this case, where he's going to start out doing things fine. We definitely have hints early on that it's going to go downhill. But Gideon starts out at least doing what he's supposed to, but ends up tearing the world apart a little bit. So he's a transitional figure where we see things go sharply downhill after Gideon, okay? We could talk about this gradual downturn, but it almost is a little bit of that plateau that just like goes off the rails after Gideon, okay? There's a little bit more nuance than that, but these are overarching. Now, I've given the cycles here because I say the word cycles. That's a literary criticism word to mean a repetitive narrative, a narrative that happens over and over, okay? But they don't actually look like this. You know what's interesting? Because we've been talking about when does the narrative move quickly and when does it slow down, this is how that section actually is laid out. How much do we talk about the good judges? Way less than the bad judges. We can split those cycles in half, and we can talk about how there were 3 judges that were fairly positive and 3 that were fairly negative. But then if you go to read the book of Judges, you're going to be like, I just feel like there wasn't all that much positive. That's because those stories are way shorter. Judges is about highlighting the unfaithfulness. So we get through the faithful stories to the unfaithful ones, and they have way more space dedicated to them. So more than half of the book of Judges is about everything spinning out of control. More than half of the book of Judges is just about the negative, okay? Which is why it's so unpleasant to read. Another way that we see this deterioration kind of come to fruition in the book is measured not so much in these cycles, but in the way that the beginning and the end mirror each other, but are so different. We will find, as we work through the book, that chapter 2, where it told us all about the problems where the people were forsaking God, it talked quite about God's relationship with Israel. It spoke in very spiritual terms, if you will. Were they faithful to his covenant? Were they unfaithful? Did they sin? Did they follow the law correctly? It used a lot of that more religious terminology, if you will, okay? Chapter 2 did that. What we're going to find is that at the end of the book, chapters 17 and 18 focus again on proper worship. Just like chapter 2 focuses on improper worship, we're going to find chapters 18 and 17 doing that too. And then we're also going to find that the first chapter addresses how faithful they were in the conquest. And we'll find that the last chapters of the book of Judges are all about how faithful or not faithful they are in the conquest. The book starts with them saying, I'm going to go attack the Canaanites the way God told me to. The book ends with them saying, I'm going to go attack fellow Israelites. And they perceive that to be what God wants them to do. So we see a deterioration. Because we have these parallel elements, it allows us to compare these two things and see what has changed, what has gone downhill, okay? And so as you are reading Judges, we have all of these different cues to recognize and to expect things to change. You guys have that post-lunch coma face. All y'all. It's like universal, but it's cool. I won't take it personally because I'm also having trouble thinking because I've got tacos on the brain now. But the point is, Judges 2 told us all these things. I was here to point them out, sure, but you didn't need me and you didn't need Ken to tell you that. Judges 2 laid out for you what I just made more explicit. Carefully reading that and recognizing that it's setting up for you gave you the key you needed to read the book well, okay? Dialogue. Dialogue in Judges is going to be, concentrated in certain places more than other. But this is what you really need to watch for in Judges. Watch when Yahweh or when his messengers speak. When does God speak? When does an angel of God speak? When does a prophet speak? Watch when it happens and watch what they say. They're going to kind of they're going to check in with us and interpret events. In the same way that we had one prophet check in and tell us something about what was going on in the Gideon story, we're going to have that same kind of check-in. Deborah is a prophet. She gives us a whole song in Judges 5 where she's given us a check-in. It's substantial. So whenever we get Yahweh or one of his messengers there telling us what to think about the period, we need to let that dialogue inform how to interpret the actions of the people around them. Just like the prophet's speech in chapter 6 helped us interpret Gideon better, those other speeches will do the same thing on a larger scale. They'll help us understand what's going on in the period. In fact, they're sprinkled all throughout Judges, but it's kind of interesting. They're concentrated up through like 13, and then we don't hear much after that. We have the angel of the Lord in chapter 2, and then Yahweh comes in and reiterates the angel's words at the end of chapter 2. And then right next to each other in chapter 5 and 6, we have two prophets right in the middle of everything. Two prophets come and talk. And then we have a very definitive statement from God in chapter 10 that, man, makes all the difference. Chapter 10 is brutal in so many ways. It is the beginning of the end, and it's marked as such by this very definitive statement that Yahweh makes. He's going to come in and be like, hi, I'm not saving you anymore. And we're going to see that from that point on, things are really different. You know who doesn't raise up a deliverer after that minute? God. He stops raising up deliverers. That's why that plot goes away. That part of the plot stops happening because God said, I'm not going to save you anymore. So he doesn't raise up Jephthah. The people raise up Jephthah. He does do something special in 13, though. He sends an angel of the Lord. He sends an angel of the Lord to raise up Samson. That gets our hopes up a little bit, yeah? Well, that's a colossal disappointment. The one guy who had the most divine intervention, besides perhaps Gideon, also a colossal disappointment, the guy who is set up from infancy to be the perfect deliverer, is the most colossal failure in the book of Judges, which is fairly sobering. Okay? Let me open it up for questions very quickly on Judges before I kind of circle us back to some other more general things. I know that was kind of quick, but again, I don't want to say all the things that Ken is about to say for weeks at a time. But I did want you to see how what you learned this morning about how narrative works in general is something that's going to shape the way you read Judges, and in very specific ways. Are there questions that I can answer for you at this point? Yes, sir. Yeah. That's good. I'm only chuckling because Ken has recently read my dissertation, and I harp on these things. The question was, these judges all do such different things. These judges all do such different things. What makes a judge other than they're called a judge and they're in the book of Judges? In fact, some of these people, they're not even called a judge. We just call them that because they're in the book of Judges and they seem to have a story about them. So we call them a judge. Some of them aren't even called that. What makes a judge a judge? Well, we meet a judge, a shofet in Hebrew, for those of you tracking along at home. We meet them in Deuteronomy. And there, they seem to be someone that aids Moses in addressing situations, problems that arise. Largely, they seem to have kind of a legal, what we would call a legal role, where they settle disputes that come up. But in certain situations, they are paired with other like military officers sometimes. So there's like judges and these other tribal leaders, and those tribal leaders lead in military matters. So it seems like they have a more just kind of general governing function. That's one way to talk about it. But whatever they do, they are someone who is supposed to apply God's wisdom to a given situation and give a verdict. Whether that means who is guilty or whether that means should I go up to fight against the Canaanites. And so, for example, when we meet Deborah, her role, whether she's the judge or Barak's the judge, is kind of hard to tell because he's the one that saves, and that's what all the other judges do. But she's the one that says, hey, you should go to battle. So is she the judge or is he? I don't know. But either way, it says she was judging Israel. So she was doing something. At minimum, she was telling people what to do next. They were looking for help. They came to her and they were like, we need some assistance, and she called Barak. So there seems to be a general kind of tribal leadership that the judges had, and that's what they have in common. And I know that's super general, but that generalization seems to hold. Now, we do see the kings eventually be the people responsible for this show fate. They take over that role, and they are the ones through whom God is making things right and answering decisions and kind of disambiguating some of this stuff. So I know that I gave you kind of a circuitous answer, but it's as good as I can give you. Some people are going to define the word judge as only those people who rescue in military conflicts, okay? So they will narrow that word to mean only that. I think Dan Block does that. If you know that name or his commentary, he's going to define judge as deliverer, one who delivers. I'm going to push and say that I'm not sure those situations are as well defined. By that definition, Jael's a judge, because she delivers Israel in Judges 4. So I think it's just more complicated. I'm sorry. It's the worst answer ever, but it's maybe a true one. What other questions? Yes, sir. I think that we have priests. I mean, the priests, we have at least Levitical priests at the end of the book. And we have mention of other descendants of Moses and Aaron and things like that. So my assumption is that there are two assumptions. First of all, this is a period of military interest. And so those leading military campaigns are more central to the narrative. So that's one hand. But when we do meet the Levitical priest in Judges 17 and following, he's kind of just like he's sojourning. He doesn't seem to be doing anything all that Levitical. And so I do think it's fair to assume, based on his portrayal, that there had been a breakdown or a kind of an irresponsible fulfilling of their duties. But it really is possible that, the tabernacle that was set up in Joshua continues to be there and was operating to some degree, but not as a centralized sanctuary. They're not in Jerusalem yet. And so a lot of religious governance was really happening on the local level. That's what Levites were for. Levites are your parish priests. That's what Levites are. To help you with all the stuff that the priests are handling in Jerusalem down the line. And so the Levites are the people you see on the local level. And Judges is really a collection of local stories, what's happening on the local level, which I think is why we hear more about Levites than we do the priests. We don't hear about the ark. We don't hear about a lot of those things because it's really talking about what's going on the ground with these different people. But the silence really is deafening. It's hard not to be bothered by the fact that we don't hear much about these folks, that we don't hear much about all of that. Yeah. Oh, I have so many opinions about it. Sure. Remember when I said characterization in Judges is very abstract? One of the techniques that the book of Judges uses to help us understand a character's importance is to make them nameless, so that we focus on their role. So in that story, in Judges 19, we have a Levite, we have his concubine, we have her father-in-law, we have some old guy, and then we have the town of Gibeah. By giving none of them names, what does it do? It universalizes them. A Levite, in our minds, is no longer a specific Levite. He's a representative of the religious elite. A concubine, we don't know her name. She now is representative of a certain class of social society, kind of social structure. The father-in-law, the hospitable relative, the people from Gibeah, we focus on their location and what we would have expected from this Israelite town. So by giving us their title, their vocation, rather than giving us names, the story is universalized and helps us recognize that they are representative of this larger story. And that happens more at the end of Judges than it does at the beginning. At the beginning, we get more names because we're talking about hero stories. I mean, these are people they know. They know about these people. But toward the end, it's showing us how the everyday mundane things, the interactions between a Levite and his wife, and the trauma she experienced led to national upheaval. And it's showing us random hoi polloi, just the people on the ground, the effect that their poor choices, their violence can have on a national scale. So, in my view, it's a really crucial and important minute that reminds us that the atrocities there, it's really easy to point to them as the bad guys, but I mean, like, guys, those are the religious leaders. When we read Judges 19, that's talking about like sexual violence in the church. Those are the religious leaders. And by naming it that way, I'm not saying it's talking about that, but it's applicable to situations of like sexual violence in the church, sexual violence among God's people, not the outsiders. And so by universalizing that, it can be a little more convicting. What other questions? About Judges before we go back to some more concrete stuff. Okay, let me hop back up to what on your handout is part 4. Part 4, some practical steps. We have been talking about, taking on this perspective, thinking, letting the narrator guide us, doing whatever we can to follow the narrative where it's taking us. How do we do that? How do we do that day to day? Here are my suggestions. We identified the fact that we had 2 goals. One of them being to pay attention to the details of the story enough that it could become contemporary, that it would make sense to us even though we're so distant from it, but also to enjoy the story as a whole and to make sure we were letting it affect us and draw us in. So my first recommendation is when you are reading a narrative in Scripture, to read it straight through so that you hear the story from beginning to end. I know it's a commitment. I know it's 2 or 3 hours out of your time. But there is an effect to hearing that whole story. The same way that if you watch Black Widow in 10-minute segments, it hits home differently than it would if you read it or then you watched it in one sitting. We know that. That's just how stories work. If you can spare the time, that story will affect you differently if you allow its rhetorical force to actually do its work. Read it in one sitting first. But then, read the story again slowly and carefully, watching for those nuances, those details, the same way you guys did when you read Ruth, where you identified some of these, you watched what the narrator was doing, you watched how they unfolded the story so that you didn't miss that. So that way, if you make sure both of those readings are in there, you can bridge that cultural distance without losing the effect of the overall picture. Third, keep the great story in mind. If we don't forget that these are ultimately all part of God's good redemptive work in the world, we can get lost, and it is a scary, dark place. I spent 6 months writing about Judges 19, and I had to start every morning reading Ruth and reading Matthew. It was like I just needed to remember that there were better minutes, and I needed to remember how this fit into that overarching narrative. But beyond the emotional weight that I'm talking about, there is this interpretive grid that gives us. If we remember that God is making all things new, we're going to read the hopelessness of Judges differently than if we don't know that's what God is doing. If we know he's making all things new, we know that whatever pain they were experiencing is momentary and is purposeful. God would never let a people do that if it was not something that served his ultimate redemptive purpose, which is for our own good always. Okay? And then fourth, trust the narrator and watch for those interpretive cues. You don't have to be a Bible scholar to read these stories well, because God in his grace has shaped the way they are written to help you read them. The more you read them, the more adept you'll become at doing that, and you'll thrive. Fifth, save your questions for the end. What do I mean by that? We have questions. We want to know why Ruth stayed with Naomi. We want to know whether or not she had a good relationship with her husband. I want to know that. That interests me. I don't know. Just captured my attention. I want to know what they did when they were in Moab. There's all sorts of things I want to know about Ruth. There are all sorts of things I want to know about Othniel. There are all sorts of things I want to know about everybody. When I read Joshua, I just get ticked that there's so much violence. It's overwhelming. Does that mean you have to ignore what bothers you? Does that mean you have to turn off your brain? Absolutely not. Our God can handle questions. The whole book of Job is there to remind us that God can handle our questions. But what he does in Job, and what I'm arguing he does everywhere, is reorients us to his story. We save our questions to the end, not because we're supposed to be thoughtless bots, but because God has something to say. And just like in any conversation, if I talk the whole time and I drive the conversation, I don't actually get to know you because I only filter your answers through my interests. If I'm the only one asking questions, I only in a very limited fashion get to know you. But if I'm listening to you, if I'm letting you tell your story, select what details to tell me, I am learning so much more about you. And just like in any conversation, when you are talking to God in Scripture, when you are listening to those authors who were shaped by God's purposes, you are hearing a story that changes people. We can ask questions, but let's let God give his spiel first. That's good with humans. Let's assume it's good for like the master of the universe. You know what I mean? He's got to say his piece. He has to shape us meaningfully before we dictate the terms of the conversation. Okay? That doesn't mean you can't answer questions. That doesn't mean you can't ask them, and that doesn't mean that you don't cry out in your room asking God why in the world he would let things happen this way. But you let him tell his story first. 6, look beyond the human characters. They're not always the point. We have a tendency, because we're human, to find humans, and we want to decide, are you good guys or bad guys? Should I be like you or should I not? Period. Is that a wrong move? No. In fact, the reason that Hebrew narrative is so character-focused is because we're supposed to evaluate them, and we're supposed to decide whether their actions were right or wrong, and we're supposed to decide whether we should follow them in it. But if we stop there, we miss what the story is really about, which is about what God is doing in all of that. The human characters are an important part of this story, but they're not the end-all be-all. The end-all be-all is that God is reconciling the world in Jesus Christ. And so we have to watch what God's reconciliatory, God's redemptive work is in every single one of these stories, which is why I keep referring to the grace story. We have to keep coming back to that so that we are reading it well. The Bible pushes us to recognize that God is acting in history and wants us to watch for it. If we make this all just about ethics, what should I do, what should I not do? We miss God just telling us what he's like. God reshaping our perspectives so we see the world the way he does. We said that's what narrative is for. It's for drawing people into a certain point of view. That only works if we actually watch the whole story and not just what should I do, what should I not do. Those are so important. They're the first 2 steps, but there's a 3rd step, okay? All right. Let me say this to you. Let me give you a concluding sentence. I think I put it on your sheets. I'm not even sure. Oh, I have a slide. I do, in fact, have a slide. I know, I'm making you flip around. Hard work this afternoon after tacos. That's a lot to ask of anybody. I get it. Y'all, biblical narrative, it's an invitation. Biblical narrative is an invitation to enter into God's story. It's an invitation to enter into God's story. It offers us insight about God and the world in a really familiar way through the mess and the complication of life. That's why narratives are so cool. This is what life feels like. The fact that we can start out liking Gideon and then realize he's the worst is convicting because we're like that. We are seeing people that are just as messy and hard to interpret as we are. When you are in situations without a narrator, I know I've been whining about that today, but here we are. When you're in situations without a narrator there and you're not sure how to interpret what's going on and you're not sure whether the person talking to you is being honest, that's what biblical narrative is like. We are experiencing God here in the mess of life. What a perfect place to be trained to understand God. Because if we can understand how God works in narratives, we are going to be better equipped to watch him work in our world. Because we've seen him work in somebody else's world, Now we know what to watch for in our world. This is such a unique opportunity for us to experience God in a very special way. Okay? At this point, I would love to hear this from you. I'm going to give you a minute to think back over today. Not because, I'll just tell you why. Because I'm a teacher and I can't help myself. I want to concretize what you learned today. I want to make sure that you don't walk away with your taco brain and forget everything we've done here today. So I'm going to give you a minute. You can look back over your notes. You can think for a second. And I want you to think of one thing that you learned today that you do not want to forget. Okay? And I'm going to have you tell somebody. I might even make you tell me. Who knows? Let me give you a couple minutes. Think back through today. What did you learn that you want to make sure you don't forget? I'll tell you when it's time to talk. This is a silent time for now. All right, in the next couple minutes, I'll give you some time to tell some other people at your tables. And then after that, we'll open it up to the large group, but that way you don't have to talk to the big group if you don't feel like it. So take, 3 or 4 minutes. Tell the other people in the group. This also gives you an opportunity to teach them. See how that's a cool teaching move? All right, go ahead. Just a couple more minutes. All right, go ahead and finish up those conversations. All right, folks, lay it on me. What did we learn today? What did we learn that is pivotal? Not because I'm brilliant, but because the Bible is awesome. What did we learn? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. Good. To repeat, in case you couldn't hear, she quoted the part where we talked about how all literature in the past is shaped to argue, to persuade us to adopt its point of view, and that God has a story to tell. And our job in engaging with the Bible is to let God give us a point of view. He's asking us to adopt it, see history his way, so that we are trained to read our stories his way as well. I'm glad that that was helpful to you, because that's always been very helpful to me. What else? Just a second. Go ahead.
Seek to avoid chronological snobbery so we begin to judge immediately without trying to be in the worldview of the story.
Yeah. So he said we need to avoid chronological snobbery. We can, it's very, like after the Enlightenment, we kind of, the whole world got into this tendency to assume that we know more and we have a better idea and we are more evolved than anybody who's come before us. And occasionally we can paint the Israelites as a stupid, primitive people that have nothing to teach us. Honestly, I'm not saying you said that, but that happens. That happens. But in fact, this story is an amazing story, and we want to make sure we don't jump to yell at these people as if they were just like idiots that couldn't get it together. These people are like us. These people have as much to teach us as we have to teach anybody. Paul tells us in the New Testament, all of these things happen for you as examples, as warnings, negative examples. But God laid out history in such a way that it would reverberate with meaning for the rest of time. And we have the benefit of learning from that. And we have no reason to assume we are more put together than these folks. In fact, we are going to see ourselves on every page if we take the time to understand how these things worked in that culture. And when we can see it from that perspective, they're going to be so powerful and so concrete and so real to us. What else? Yes, thank you.
One thing that for me it was like learning art appreciation or
Yeah?
music appreciation. That a lot of these stories I've read again and again and again, and so looking forward to Judges.
Good. Exciting is definitely what I'm here for. I am amused that you thought about Ken's upcoming series and you were like, oh yeah, good judges. But I didn't want to let that go by before we acknowledge that. But I love that. It's like art appreciation. I always am convincing my students, like, this is history and this is God's word to you. That doesn't mean it's not beautiful and purposefully shaped. We, just like a painting, only has in it what is supposed to be there. Think about what's behind the Mona Lisa. It's not like that was just in the background of the picture. Somebody painted that in there specifically to make a point. In the same way, this isn't just the edges of your picture. Somebody included this stuff for a reason with artistic skill so as to paint the right picture. Thank you. Anything else? Sometimes that helps to articulate things, people. That's why I'm giving you this opportunity. Anything else? Maybe we've hit the highlights. Okay, good. Well, it has been my joy and pleasure to be with you this morning, my joy and pleasure to talk about narrative. I only barely talked about Judges, but I will talk about Judges for the next 24 hours with y'all, if you'll let me. If you have questions, I'll stick around for a while, but if you'd let me, I would love to pray for you. Could I do that? Okay. Gracious God and Father, we come before you as a people who have heard what you have done, who have watched you do it, who have sung praises to your name, who have taught our children, who have taught our grandchildren, who have heard from those that came before us how good you are. And yet we recognize that we cannot even begin to fathom that goodness and that purpose and that beauty and that intention that you have for this world. Father, we are in awe of the good that you have done and the good that you will do, and we pray that you will grow that awe in us. Father, I thank you for every person that came here today, eager to learn from you. Father, I pray that you would take whatever eagerness, whatever interest that brought them to this room this morning, that you would take that and multiply it as they become people who have an insatiable thirst for hearing you talk. I pray that they seek out your voice. I pray that they receive it and they hear it. And Father, I pray that that voice shapes them and changes them and develops them in ways they never imagined. Not because they're awesome, but because you are. And God, I pray that as they engage with your word in these upcoming weeks, as they hear about Judges, as they engage in this narrative, they recognize that they are part of a story that's been unfolding since the beginning of time. And it is a story that you are shaping for the good of this cosmos. And Father, it has a happy ending. We